Hi, good morning. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Thank you for registering this first of one kind of career growth conference. We want to conduct it both online and offline in future. We could see around 40 plus registrations across India from 15 plus colleges, and it was an overwhelming response with a short notice. Initially, I would like to thank my co-organizing team, both Preethi Sudha madam and Reshma madam, for making it an good success. And yeah, you know what Rice Trainings is doing from past 4.5 years and 5 years, that we have started with these online trainings and we have done with offline trainings, and we are doing a good job in terms of placements and trainings. And yes, tomorrow is our special day for every pharmacist. As you know, it's an pharmacist. I felt that this week would be the right platform for addressing this kind of conference. Normally, a lot of students would be wondering why Rice Trainings conducting all these kind of seminars and all kind of these kind of webinars. So we are busy with our families and friends over weekends. Me and Reshma and Preethi Sudha and our trainers team and our coaching team was never tiring to do this and never bothered to do this. Why we conduct and why there is a need of or a necessity of everyone to attend these kind of conferences is very simple. First thing is you'll get awareness that these kind of conferences, these kind of webinars will definitely help your career. Second thing is you will get to know the people. Say that we have some experienced people also in this conference. You'll get to know the industry people here, so that you are aware who is your next mentor. And third thing is you can plan your career. That is the best part of it. We could see Pharm Day 4th years, Pharm Day 5th years, and B Pharm 4th year and 5th year, Pharm Day 5th year, 6th year, and M Pharm 1st year and 2nd year students are also joining with a lot of enthusiasm. That shows that they are planning their career well, and they're going ahead with right mentors in right time here. Okay. And by 9:15, we would like to sharply start this session. And I would like to share the Reshma, could you please present the schedule also today, so that we'll keep engaging our students and audience today. I'll walk them through the today's schedule so that they're prepared for today's sessions. Are you sharing it, Reshma?
Yeah, sir. I'm
And we would like to take your valuable feedback also after each and every session. We want to make sure that we are improving our sessions, and we are trying to make a better sessions. For the first time, we are conducting it online. Maybe from post Sankranti, we want to conduct some offline events also by collaborating with the both academics, and we want to collaborate with the best trainers in the industry. And we want to give you the offline experience also, which is most appreciated. And we want to engage you with personally at your colleges and at your premises of the universities. And please share your valuable feedback after each and every session. We have created a separate Google form for each and every topic, so that we want to share the same feedback with our trainers as well, friends. And our designer also will join soon the session. You can share your name and qualification. What would be your name should go into this certificate. As you know, we are going to provide you the e-certificate also. I'm going to just share the screen and share the schedule for you guys. You know it, but we want to make sure that you are also aware completely now. Yeah, my address is going now. After this, Preethi Sudha madam will come and she will take care of healthcare IT careers, which is most important topic nowadays, because it's not of a regular conference with where we say that trends and our emerging trends and regular of core things, but we want to show you the exact trending topics now, and that is one best part. And the second topic would be Hema Sharma madam. She is having vast experience into computerized system validation. Nowadays, a lot of students like B.Pharm, M.Pharm, and Pharm students are also coming and approaching me and saying that, sir, can I join this careers? Can I choose pharmacovigilance or computerized system validation as a career? Yes, BTech students and B.Pharm students are widely accepted, even M.Pharms and PharmD students also. And we want to give you a little break here, and you can ask me anything. You might have any doubts in your mind, and we want to engage you for 10 minutes by saying that 15 minutes for ask me anything. It might be any silly doubt, it might be minor doubt, saying that after B.Pharm, what should I do? After M.Pharm, what should I do? How should my plan carry? And we have one more 10 plus years expert who wants to share his knowledge on medical coding, and resumes review from our resume coordinator and expert. And she is having vast experience. She have prepared around 600 plus resumes, and most of them are offer letter winning resumes. And she's a very good expert, and she's a core member of our team who leads the operations and admins at RISE trainings. And Sarab Sindhu, madam, yeah, there is a swap of schedule, friends. I'll be engaging session here on soft skills, and we want to launch an ebook on occasion of this online conference, and as well as tomorrow's pharmacist today. I know that conferences which I conduct on offline. Could you please mute Reshma, other participants? Could you please mute all the participants? And having said that, I'll launch ebook and I'll talk to you regarding the soft skills required to get into these jobs. Along with the domain knowledge, we understand the importance of the soft skills. We know that you should be pre-equipped with the soft skills. That way we stress out of our 40-45 hours of 20-25 hours of domain knowledge, we add the soft skills as an additional bonus and additional things for you. And the post lunch, the topic is going to be very, very interesting. Don't miss to join each and every session, friends. And we are trying to request you to attend all the sessions. Then only you are going to get your e-certificate. Take it with ease of mindset. Say that I am going to attend till afternoon. I am going to take a break. Wherever you are there, this is going to be an online conference. Have your Bluetooth headset, carry or travel wherever you are. But try to listen which kind of impact are we going to create for you. And after Kranthi sir session, medical writing madam, Sidhu madam will come, and she'll share her vast experience into clinical research and medical writing. And post that, we want to give a closing note on pharmacovigilance planning and other healthcare IT careers planning. Definitely, this session is going to help you a lot. And at the same time, you are you can connect me on LinkedIn, because I'm a LinkedIn influencer and LinkedIn expert here, where I have around 23,000 plus connections across the country. And I would like to connect with you happily on LinkedIn, saying that we are professionally on LinkedIn. I'll share my ID here also. You might be wondering, sir, can we connect you on LinkedIn? Can I invite to you? And it's always better to have a professional connection and a professional friendship over these networks. You are professionally connected with an industry expert. Okay, I'd like to share my ID here. The same thing can be done with trainers as well. Even they can also share their IDs, and you can increase your professional connections. Thank you so much, guys. And yes, I would like to leave this to Preethi Sudha madam, and she would like to take the session. Yeah.
Thank you, Kiran. And good morning, everyone. Good morning, all students. So, first of all, I wish you all the best for today's conference, because we are going to learn a lot today. So, Um, Today I'm going to discuss about different topics on what are the different career paths for you. Okay, so let's start the session without any delay. Yes. So myself is Preethi Sudha, and I have completed my M.Sc in Pharmacology, and I have solid experience in Pharmacovigilance for 5 years. And after that, I have been working with rice trainings for the past 2 years. And I am here working as a mentor and working as a pharmacovigilance manager. And also I'm working as a mentor and CGC career growth manager. And I take care of everything in the rice trainings along with Kiran sir and Reshma ma'am. So I have experience in CSR legal case processing, MEDRA, and GVP modules, labeling. So I'm very familiar with this teaching kind into the pharmacovigilance. So that's all about me. So let's start our session today. So today our first session, that is healthcare IT careers. So this is our one of the most eagerly waiting session, right? So this is what we are all waiting about. Like everyone in our everyone after graduation, so we have same thought. What career we have to choose? So that's we are going to discuss about that. So let's start. So today we are going to discuss about what are traditional careers regarding this and what are the trending careers for these pharma students and what are the benefits of these IT careers and different career paths, different professions in IT careers and what are the qualifications, what are the salary expectation, and these are all the I hope these are all the things you want to know to get a job. So here, how to choose the best career? Okay, so everyone after graduation, so everyone thinks about what's next. So what is what I need to choose, which career path I need to choose. Okay, someone says this career is best, someone says that career is best, and someone says if we choose that career we can sit happily and we can earn more, and someone says no, this research is having more different more opportunities and more standard income. So there would be lot of confusion for you, isn't it? Yes. So here we are going to help you today. So you need some additional information like qualifications. What are the qualifications for few courses and what extra courses you need to take for to get into some courses, and what are the salary expectations. That this is what we are looking forward, right? So if we choose one career, what is the salary expectation and career, how the career would be. So this is our most concern. So if we choose this career, how would be the growth? Is it fast or it is a little bit slower? So how would be the growth? So you want to know all these things. We also know that one. So as a graduate, so when you come out, you can have, so you need to have one idea to choose your career. So today we are going to help you to choose what kind of career is best for you. Okay. So there is a very popular song in Telugu, right? Reshma, can you mute? Yes, thank you. So there is a popular song in Telugu. So what is that? Next day, everyone goes through that period, right? Even I gone through that period, and you go through that period. Everyone has to face this one. Let's see what are the different this Oppo. So what is this one? This fellow. Reshma, could you mute everyone? Thank you, Reshma. So what are the different career paths for the pharma students? So there are few traditional ones and there are few trending ones. So what are the traditional careers, traditional professions? So teaching is one very standard one. We can have a peaceful life. Teaching, pharma marketing, little bit of risky, retail pharmacist is every day is so much engaged, and production and quality assurance, quality control. These are production, quality assurance, quality control. These are all into industry, production industry, and then hospital pharmacist who works in the hospital. We all know. So since before we born, this career is there, this profession is there, and research. These are all the traditional careers. Okay, so everyone knows about this one. Even not a if he is not a if he is not into healthcare industry, he knows these careers. But what are the trending careers that we have to know now? Okay, so these trending careers are pharmacovigilance, first one, and then medical coding. So pharmacovigilance is very good industry, very vast industry is which is developing for the past decade in India, and so has so many opportunities. And so as medical coding entered into India little bit before to this pharmacovigilance, and it is the hot cake industry, I can say. So after completing the certification, you can easily get the job very easily, and it's a very standard one. And medical writing, of course, knowledge involves here clinical data management and business analyst, computer system validation, clinical SaaS, Argus administration, regulatory affairs. These are all the very trending careers. Okay, we can consider these as IT careers, equal to the IT careers. Okay, information technology careers. So we can have jobs in the corporate fields. Excuse me. So in the corporate field, we can go for the jobs. Okay, not into the traditional one, and we have so many benefits of these corporate jobs. You all know, right? So what are these benefits of these IT jobs? We can happily work for 5 days. Okay, and 2 days we can have a off for every week. Saturday and Sunday are off, and also we can have work from home options after working for few years. Not right now, currently. Now it is not a from the starting it is not work from home culture. After working into a few years, we can have work from home opportunities, and these are very progressive careers. And every 2 years, every 3 years, when you jump into other company, or when you get promotion, your salary increases, your career progress, you can have many more benefits. Okay, like how these IT people are enjoying their lives. So we can also have that kind of life. And abroad opportunities. So many people might not know this one, but yes, we have abroad opportunities with these trending careers, and we can have a work-life balance because we have 2 days off, right? Yes, we can always have work-life balance. And so let's see what are the different careers. So I have mentioned few careers, trending careers previously, right? So let's check what are these careers, what are the benefits of this one. Okay, and assess yourself whether which one is suitable for you. Okay, so when I'm discussing these things, assess yourself whether you have this knowledge, or if you want to gain some knowledge. Okay, if for few courses you might not have their knowledge, especially from the books, we don't have this trending topics knowledge. Yes, but yes, we can enter these careers by doing few courses also. Okay, so Rise Trainings is providing all these courses. You no need to worry. Just listen. What are these careers? If these are interesting for you, you can choose your career. Okay, first one is pharmacovigilance. It is the science and activities relating to the detection, assessment, understanding, and prevention of adverse effects or any other drug-related problems. So, on a simple note, pharmacovigilance deals with the adverse reactions which are caused by medicines. Okay, pharmacovigilance is a very good career option for the professionals where they need to work closely So when we are working in pharmacovigilance, we can closely work with the regulatory compliance, medical affairs, clinical research to ensure this identification, evaluation of these adverse reactions. So if we are working into pharmacovigilance means we are closely working in these fields, regulatory compliance, medical affairs, and research. If we want to take a jump into the next career or upgrade our career, we can happily move our career into these fields also. And this career in pharmacovigilance looks very promising because in pharmacovigilance now new technologies are introduced like artificial intelligence is introduced, and PV got automated, and big data analytics and machine learning is everything is happening in pharmacovigilance, which is having a bright future. Okay, so when industry is every day by day it is getting updated means we can have a very good scope in that industry also. So PV is a very good industry for that one. And when you are starting with the PV, when you start your job as a PV, so you start your job, the entry level is drug safety specialist. After 2 to 4 years, we can go for the drug safety associate, and then after 4 to 6, you can be a team lead. Okay, and after 7 to 10 years, you can be a manager, and then after 12 to 14 years, you can be a senior manager at director level. Okay, so we can happily choose our career here. It's a very stable career from decades, like 15 years from so before this period also, pharmacovigilance already started in India. It's very well established now, so we can have a assured career. Next one is medical writing. So who are people who are very studious, people who are very good at writing, who are having very much of patience in studying, can blindly choose this medical writing. So medical writing involves creating well-structured scientific documents. Okay, here we are creating structured documents that include clinical research documents, content for the healthcare websites. We can write content for the healthcare websites, and also we can write for the health magazine, and also write for the journals and the news. So here, this medical writing is of two types: regulatory medical writing, where we are working for the regulatory things. We know, right, regulatory authorities have many rules and regulations, and many ways are there. We need to report each and everything from our pharma industry to the regulatory authorities. So we are writing about these regulatory things. And second one is educational medical writing, to communicate these healthcare information to the other persons. This is educational medical writing. So these are the two types. Okay, so and here I'll tell you one thing. So when there was a survey in India, so medical writing medical writing profession has reported as the highly satisfied job profession among these employees. Okay, and also so in this medical writing, so different educational backgrounds can apply. So these pharma people who have healthcare knowledge, and also these BHMS people, and also these all healthcare people, they can all enter into these CROs, and so it can be considered as a diversity in work experience. Okay, and also medical writing, this is the thing we need to remember. And medical writing industry in many ways is a recession proof. Okay, here now also here and now and then we are listening, there is a recession in the industry and they are cutting off the people, isn't it? So also obviously when we are entering into a company, we never expect recession, right? So for that one, we can happily choose medical writing. So medical writing is one of the recession proof industry, because always it involves in the pharmaceutical and medicinal industries, right? So recession proof is obviously it's not possible here. And next is clinical data management. So this is another profession where we can have a huge profit for the companies. So everyone is focusing on clinical data management now. So what is it? What is clinical data management? So it is, this clinical data management is a process in clinical research. okay, which leads to the generation of high quality, reliable and statistical sound data from clinical trials. You all know what are clinical trials. So there is a huge information during the clinical trials. So there might be, when they are right, first they take it as a manually and then enter into the computer. When they are gathering this kind of huge information, so there might be a chance of misleading information, missing information. So they can enter wrong information. So this clinical data management ensures this high quality and reliable information from this clinical for this clinical research. Okay, and clinical data management ensures this collection, integration, availability of data at the very low quality, sorry, with high quality and low cost. Okay, and so during clinical trials, whatever the information we are getting, it they the safety information and the efficacy information, they do the very vigorous analysis and data analysis for this all this clinical trial information. Then it results into the product development in the pharma industry. We all know this one, right? And here, this is about clinical data management, how it works, right? How it works. And clinical data management is a highly profitable industry in the IT company. So many, because it is highly profitable for these IT companies, many companies taking this from clinical data management process, and now there are many opportunities in clinical data management, right? And so next one is clinical research. Next profession is clinical research. So clinical research, you know a little bit about this clinical research because you might have studied in your graduation also, right? So clinical research is a branch of health science that determines the safety and effectiveness of effectiveness of these medications, devices, diagnostic procedures and treatment. So here, what we do in clinical research, we evaluate the safety and effectiveness of the medicines, devices, diagnostic products, and many other things. Okay, we ensure the safety and effectiveness here. That is what clinical research you need to understand. And clinical research can be a promising career in India for those aspirants who have strong interest in healthcare, science, and who are strong interest in healthcare and science. So there are many ongoing clinical researches in India, and there is a, because India is now developing very fastly as a healthcare, in the healthcare industry purpose also, India is developing very fastly. So clinical researches which are being conducted in India, the number of clinical research is also increased a lot now. So there are many sites, clinical research sites in India. So we can have a very good career in clinical research industry blindly. Okay, we can happily work in CROs. So clinical research is of two types. One is observational studies and another is clinical trials. Clinical trials, we all know, right? So what are these observational studies? So observational studies that aim to identify and analyze the pattern in medical data or in the biological samples, such as tissues, blood provided by the biological samples, like that. So with these observational studies means they work on the samples. But in the clinical trials, they work on the subjects or volunteers. So for this safe and effectiveness of the medicinal products. Okay, so these are observational studies, clinical trials together considered as clinical research. This is also very good industry. So we have many number of CROs here in India. And next program is clinical science program. This clinical science program is an analytical method, statistical program. It's an analytical method. Students who have this analytical ability, statistical ability, with this healthcare knowledge, means this pharma background people with this analytical knowledge are the hotcakes in the industry, believe me. Okay, because we all think we won't usually, our healthcare people will be like, we work on the science things rather than these analytics and statistics. Okay, but together we combine these things, this science knowledge and the statistical knowledge, then that person would be in the top in the industry, like these clinical science programs. So clinical, what is this statistical system here? So this clinical staff is a biological program used to maintain this, produce the tables, listings, clinical trial data management, drafts for the clinical trial reports, among other things. So we know this during the clinical trials, there will be a very huge information, and for we need to organize that information. So we need to produce them in the table forms, listings, and for clinical we need to manage the data. For all these things, the clinical SAS program is very essential. Okay, and for this we need to learn this clinical SAS program, and clinical SAS is the use and deployment of these tools. So here in the clinical SAS we use and deployment. Deployment means effective use of all the information in the tools and the products in the programming the language offered by this SAS institute. Okay, so we vigorously use whatever the information we have, and we apply this analytics, statistical analytics, and we get the results. Yeah. So as a clinical SAS programmer, so you can be working as, your occupation should be data analyst, biostatistician. Also, you can work as a biostatistician and SAS programmer and clinical research association. You can work as these things, these occupations, and you can be working at pharma companies, clinical research organizations, and academic institutions also. So trust me, this clinical SAS is paying very high, but you need to work hard because, including myself, okay, no one exception, including myself, when it comes to these science people, they are little bit not used to this statistical kind of brain. Our brain also stops working. Okay, but if you sharpen our brain to work on statistical things, we would be on the top of the pyramid. And next coding is medical. Next profession is medical coding. So medical coding is a high-tech industry. So after learning about medical coding, you can easily get some. You will easily get jobs. So guys, if anyone wants to get an immediate job, okay, immediate placement. So many people can go after their dreams. They can wait for some time and can get, but few people cannot wait. Okay, they have to settle down immediately. For them, this medical coding is a very good profession. After doing the course and after doing the CPC examination, and we can happily enter into this medical coding job industry. It is also very good profession, wherein very high salaries. If we have a stable, stable in this industry, stable career in industry, you will be reaching very high levels. Okay, so medical coding is the transformation of healthcare diagnosis procedures. So what is this medical coding? What are we doing in the medical coding? So here, medical coding is the transformation of healthcare diagnosis, whatever the healthcare diagnosis, procedures, medical services, equipment into you. So all this information, we are transforming it into numerical codes for each procedure. We code them. We transform it into the numerical code so that that universal code can be used anywhere for the information sharing. Okay, patient's diagnosis, test results, treatment must be documented everywhere. So e-documentation we are doing now. So not only for the reimbursement purposes, but also to guarantee the high quality in the future visits. For these purposes, we are documenting this information, but rather than writing this what is the diagnosis test result, but we are converting this into the numerical codes, so it would be safe. And medical coding is a dynamic and evolving field that requires constant learning and updating of skills and knowledge. And medical coding has a lot of opportunities in India. We can get immediate placement within the CPC certification, but make sure you need to get the CPC certification. Here in RISE trainings also, we are providing this medical coding course, and we help you with this CPC certification. Okay, so and we are having this medical coding session today also. You can happily listen to what this medical code, this speaker is saying, we can follow him. Okay. And medical communications. So medical communications are designed to stimulate awareness, discussion and procurement of new medical devices, drugs and treatments. So medical communication is different from medical writing. Okay, don't get confused. Medical communication is different from medical writing. In medical communications, we are writing about a product. Okay, so to make, we are communicating about the product to these HCPs, physicians, and to the like patients. Okay, here we are stimulating the awareness, discussion, procurement of a new medical devices or the drugs. Medical communication involves in gathering, organizing, interpreting, and presenting information in a manner proportionate for the target audience. Okay, so here in the medical communication, so if there is a product, any medicinal product or any device, so we need to write about that product, which we usually when we are reading about a product, there is someone has to write that one, right, about that product. So we are writing about that one. So that the labeling part and everything about the product we are writing, and this medical communication works include. So here we can write the journal articles, educational materials for the HCPs, means physicians. So regarding the products, we can write to the HCPs, and regulatory documentation for the government agencies, patient education brochures, sales training and marketing materials. So these are all medical communications. Okay, and medical communication is having very we need to work very hard because we have some targets, but trust me, this is very promising career. Okay, and very vast. What can we say? We have a very vast reach in this medical communication. We can work like anything here. And meteorovigilance is parallel to this pharmacovigilance. So meteorovigilance is a rising industry in India nowadays. So meteorovigilance, in pharmacovigilance, we deal with the adverse reactions caused by the medications, drugs. But here in meteorovigilance, we'll deal with the adverse reactions which are caused by devices, medical devices. What is a medical device? You all know that, starting from this dental floss to this heart placement. What are they? Implants. Okay, all are medical devices. This what daily in our daily day we see the catheters, bandages, and these BP devices, sugar devices. Everything comes under these devices only. So adverse we here in the meteorovigilance, we deal with these adverse reactions caused by these devices. So here meteorovigilance has been instrumental in recalling many defective and malfunctioning devices. So nowadays meteorovigilance rised very well. So it's because of this meteorovigilance, so many products were recalled, and so many complaints are we are dealing with this so many devices like that, and it helps to improve the medical device designs and its efficiency also. And also now in India, we have developed this meteorovigilance program of India. So Indian government has taken this initiation to make this meteorovigilance program in India. So through this program, government is eyeing on all the medical devices. Okay, so after this initiation, so there is a very strict rules and regulations here, and so that's the reason we have a promising career in this meteorovigilance. And so meteorovigilance program is a decent drive by various nations. So in many other countries also meteorovigilance, we can happily choose this career. And next one is computer system validation. Next course is computer system validation. This is also, we need to learn little bit technically to enter into this validation computer system validation. Like I said earlier, if you merge this science and this technology, and when we are merging this knowledge, that courses are top-notch courses. Okay, so CSP is a systematic process that involves a number of critical and important activities during the product life cycle. So I'll tell you simply. Validation, validation means correcting. Everything is correct or not. Okay. So nowadays, every process in pharma industry involves in computerization. In every department, we are doing this. We are working with the help of computers. So computer system validation works in everywhere, applies in everywhere in the pharma industry. So here during this product life cycle, verifying that the product final product quality complies according to the regulatory requirements or not, and will produce the information or data that meets defined requirements. So by working with the help of computer system validation, we can check this the product development is meeting the regulatory requirements or not. Okay, in pharma industry, computer validation is essential for guarantee the quality control of any final product. And also, in pharma industry, any computers involved in the following process should be validated. And research and development. So, starting from the research and development, laboratory lab notebook manual, batch record manufacturing process, and analytical testing, stability process, raw material storage, packaging. Everything we are applying, wherever we are applying computers, that has to go through this computer system validation, whether that process is in accord with the regulatory authorities regulations or not. So you know how important this computer system validation is. But yes, we need to learn some technical facts there. So regulatory affairs, this is the best in the industry. So pharma regulatory affairs refers to the professionals who maintain regulations within the industry. Okay, they maintain the regulatory regulations. They maintain the regulation. Whether the company is following the rules or not, they check. Okay, they have to report it to the regulatory authorities, and they work as the coordinators. And regulatory affairs ensures company comply with all the regulations and laws pertaining to their business. So we have to ensure, as a regulatory affairs professional, you have to ensure company has to follow all the rules and regulations. Otherwise, you need to find out. Okay, we are bypassing this regulation, or like that we need to come up. And regulatory affairs involved works with the federal, state, and local regulatory agency and personals on the specific issues affecting their business. So when you are working for the regulator, the thing you need to keep in mind is you are working with the highest rankings. So the regulatory authorities are who are having the highest to say in the pharma, any kind of pharma industry, healthcare industry. So you are directly working with them. Okay, you are coordinating with this company on the regulatory authorities. You are mediating every information, and you are forming this. You are checking over this regulatory rules, and everywhere this clinical research, this regulatory affairs, we can from the clinical research, clinical trials, pharmacovigilance, metrovigilance, everything has to follow this regulatory affairs. A career in regulatory affairs is one of the versatile professions one can ever come across because it provides diversified employment opportunities. Okay, and there is a huge demand in the field of drug regulatory affairs for the professionals and experts who are extremely familiar with the law of the land regarding medical and healthcare. So, who knows the laws and regulations regarding this healthcare industry has the supreme say. So, like our lawyers and judges who are having the supreme say in the normal society, like regulatory affairs have the higher say here in the healthcare industry. So now I'll tell you what are these qualifications for all these courses. All these courses can be B Pharma, M Pharma people are qualified. Pharma D people, BSc nursing, BDS, MDS, BHMS, BIMS, and MBBS, MD people. Students all are qualified for this all jobs. So depending on your course, like depending on your qualification, there would be differences. There might not be very big differences, but if you say MBBS MD candidates, definitely there is a little bit difference in the salaries. So what are the salaries? Let's see. For the pharmacovigilance, starts from 2.4 to 5.5 lakh per annum. So I will tell you why the differences from this. It won't be like 2.4 also. When you are joining, it would be 3.1. Why the differences? Why I have taken this 2.1? Least one is, so when it comes to salary, I expect salary. So depending on the city you are choosing to work. Okay, suppose for example, let's say Chennai, the living cost is very low, very low. Okay, we can happily lead a life with the 15,000 also in the Chennai. Cost of living is very low, but whereas in the Bangalore, cost of living is very high. And also, like that, depending on the city, they on the cost of living of the city, the salary standard changes, the starting salary. And also, if you choose your work from your very far from your hometown, suppose you are working here, you are in the Andhra Pradesh, and you have chosen work in Gurgaon, very far from here, right? So then they will give you a little bit extra. Okay, so and if you choose, you are a local of Hyderabad, and you choose Hyderabad, so there is a, they won't offer that much. Like they might be offering 2.8. So you might think why this salary difference, starting salary differences. Those people are getting 3.5 at the starting itself, and I am getting 2.8. So it's not on the ability also, but on the circumstances of the city and the place we are choosing also. So when you are expecting your salary, keep all those things in mind. So pharmacovigilance, coming to the pharmacovigilance, 2.4 to 5.5 starting salaries. And medical writing, 5.5 means few pharmacy people. And if MBBS MD candidate joins in the pharmacovigilance, his salary straight away goes to 9.5 to 10 lakhs. Okay, so there is no comparison. And medical writing, 3.1 to 5.5 lakhs per annum. Clinical data management, 3.1 to 4.5. So clinical research, so 3.1 to 4.1. Clinical science, 3.6 lakhs per annum to 5.5. You can see when you apply some knowledge, salary also increases. So medical coding, 2.2 to 3.2, 3.5. So don't see this, why this is very least, because of the medical coding we can find anywhere. The jobs very happily you can choose a very normal city also, not a metropolitan city. So that's the reason with the lowest salary also we can get a job, immediate placement, right? So we can have. And if you go to the cities, yes, you can have a better salary for medical coding also. Medical communication, 3.6 to 4.5 lakhs per annum. Meteorovigilance, 2.4 to 4.4 lakhs per annum. Computer system validation, 2.5 to 4.5 lakhs per annum. And regulatory affairs, 3.0 to 4.0. And also, one thing I'll tell you very clearly, these are all corporate jobs. Okay, the starting salary starts with the with change of every year. Okay, so when the year changes, the salary, the entry level salary also changes. They have fixed salaries for this entry level jobs, not only for you, for in the corporate industry, for every entry level there's a fixed salary. Okay, we need not to worry because I will be getting low, he will be getting high. No, there won't be like that. If there is any difference means because of some circumstances of the city we are choosing other things, but other than that, with the qualifications, they see your qualifications, and depending on all those things, they'll see you fix your salary. So that's all from my side. So if you have any doubts, you can ask me now. Guys, do you have any doubts or you want to discuss with me anything? We can discuss here. So I talked about many courses here, right? You can, yes. Someone is starting? Yes. I told almost 10 courses I have shared here, right? You can choose any course, and in clinical trial, in our RISE Trainings Institute, we have, can you send PPT? So is that doubt you are having? So Preethi Chaudhary, I'm sorry I cannot share, I guess. But yes, if you want to have
Preethi, we can share them. We will mail them for all the paid participants. We will
Yes.
share them.
Yes, Pratik. So you have assurance from our CEO. We can share happily this PPT with you, right? Okay. So I have shared these 10 courses, right? So for these 10 courses are available in our RISE trainings. So yes, you can take any course, and we are happily support. Okay, and you can ask me anything if you have in your mind. Anything regarding your careers?
Students, please share your doubts in chat also. Yeah, go ahead and ask orally, ma. Go ahead.
Excuse me, sir. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, this is Jane, ma'am.
Yes,
So I'm
Jane.
studying Pharma. So
Yes.
what about the growth of these courses, ma'am? You tell medical coding, so we can easily get a job. But what about the growth? Do we get
Yes.
enough growth by doing medical work?
Yes, James. James, you are comedy person. You are a hot cake in the industry. Trust me. And all comedy people are hot cakes. So like I said in the starting of the session, I shared some growth in the regarding this pharmacovigilance, right? This applies to everything, every course. So this year. So even though it is, I have specially take a screenshot for this pharmacovigilance. This applies in every corporate job. Now what I told you, what I mentioned here. Okay, in every industry, after working for 2 to 4 years, you can be a senior associate. Here they are saying senior drug safety associate in pharmacovigilance, but you can be a senior associate. And then after 4 to 6 years, you can be a team leader in any kind of industry. Okay, after having 5 years, you can blindly have the eligibility for team leader. And then after 1 to 2 years, within 1 to 2 years, you will be acquiring all this this administration knowledge also. After becoming team leader, within 2 years, you can be a manager. And after that, it will take little bit of time to reach this pyramid, like manager levels and project managers, senior project managers, and director levels. It will take little bit of time because there will be a little bit competition. Okay, but trust me, if you choose a career and go blindly with have a stable career path, you can be reaching these heights. Yes, someone is saying. So, ma'am, I'm pharmacy student, want to become a hospital manager. How can a hospital management course is there, ma'am? So, apart from this one, hospital management course is also available. 2 years diploma, I think, I guess. 2 years diploma
Yes, Preethi, we have hospital management in MBA also.
Yes, you can happily pursue that course if you want to become a hospital manager. Yes, for pharmacy people, it is very suitable for you.
Good morning.
Yes, someone is asking.
Yeah. Good morning. I'm Preethi. It was a nice presentation. So
Preethi, yes, Inha, your voice is not audible clearly.
Now it is audible?
Yes, yes.
Sorry. Just I wanted to add, if you permit, to your whole idea of the introductory presentation. If you permit, and I want to add something.
I'm really sorry. I didn't get your question because of the network issues. Could you type in? Kiran, if you are able to hear me.
Yeah, Preethi, go ahead. Preethi, go ahead.
Yeah. So as you cited, there is a medical metro vigilance program of India. Similarly, there are 2 other programs which is run by Indian government, which is Pharmacovigilance Program of India and which is Hematovigilance Program of India. So
Yes.
pharmacovigilance, yeah. So that is one thing. Second thing is that for medical coding, I would suggest there is high preference given to the people, to the students who are more inclined to knowing about the pharmacovigilance, not the pharmacovigilance, the physiology of the anatomy and physiology and pharmacology. So those two things are very, very important to if you are getting into medical coding. And
Yes,
apart
I
from
agree
that,
with you, Preethi. I agree with you, some Sinha, right? So I agree with you. So as medical coding, if you want to get into medical coding, we must have the knowledge of clinical pathology and physiology also that we all of the pharma people are come across. We have in our graduation, these are all right. So immediate BPharm people, they can have happily can enter into this medical coding. Yes, you are what you said is absolutely correct.
so that's two thing because I know this is an very introductory thing. So
Yes.
apart from pharmacovigilance and meteorovigilance it's all related to medical device. It
Yes.
is not only related to devices. It is there are two different part, which is one is device product and the vigilance activities is there. And one more thing, medical communications is also a part of medical writing. Medical writing is a very vast area, wherein
Yes.
whatever it was cited, it is also a part of medical writing.
Yes, that comes under
It is
educational
very
medical writing
ambiguous.
also.
It is very ambiguous term, medical writing, I must say. But anything related to medical field can be
Kiran, I'm really
categorized
sorry,
as
I'm not
medical
getting
writing.
here his voice. If you are able to hear,
Yeah,
just please address.
got it, Preetham. We will
Thank you so much.
discuss
Thank you so much.
offline and we'll take all your inputs. Preethi, thanks for your valid inputs, and that was an excellent
Yes.
presentation.
So, guys,
Before you initiate, just let me add this Jain's answer also, Jain's
yes.
question also. Jain, as you asked, these careers are all very good and are having very good growth, ma. Students who have taken courses from us from past 3 years, 4 years, they are getting 30,000, 40,000, 50,000 even. They are all enjoying their life, working from home, happily settled in their life. Don't worry about career and this thing, growth. We are there to help you like your father and your elder brother at home.
Yes.
And we'll make sure that we are crossing your career growth road with our safety. Okay. And
Yes,
don't
thank
worry.
you, sir.
Please, Sudha, go ahead.
Yes. Thank you, Sinha, for you asking. Yes, I agree with you. Medical communication is a part of medical writing. Yes, medical writing is a vast thing, medical communications, but here it comes under educational writing. Okay, we are educating the HCPs and the patients here regarding the products. So it is a little bit of normal medical writing. It can be considered as another profession also. And guys, that's the end. If you have any other doubts, you can ask me, or otherwise we can end the session here. And I'm sending this link, feedback form link to you in the chat session. Please fill up these feedbacks. Is it? Sir? Reshma, is it shared? Is it shared, ma? So someone is asking which is best course, either medical coding or pharmacovigilance. So depending on your interest, like I said, if you want to settle immediately in job, so medical coding is having every month hiring. Medical coding industry is having every month hiring. So you can, if you want enter into the industry very fastly, you can join there. But for pharmacovigilance, we need to wait for a patient at least for 6 months to at least for the 6 months to 9 months, because these IT careers, whenever they release these job opportunities, sometimes market would be slow, and sometimes they recruit very fastly. So depending on that one, we need to wait for this kind of jobs, pharmacovigilance, like that. So that's the only difference. Okay, so that is for
Madhulata, just to add answer to your question, ma. Pharmacovigilance is always best. Why means for medical coding, if you want to see growth, get hired, you need to clear CPC certification. Yes. What happens here is that is of budget. Taking coaching for CPC coaching, getting jobs also will take around 85,000 rupees of budget for you. That is one reason we suggest you to take pharmacovigilance as a career. If you take pharmacovigilance also, that will help for your both medical coding job also. Exactly, for B.Pharm, there is no need of coaching for medical coding. If you take coaching for pharmacovigilance, that is more sufficient. And if you are having still doubts, always I am open to ask me and call us directly. Preethi, please share the form in the group and start introducing.
I'm having little bit problem here, Kiran. Just, but later in the session, I'll share that one. So, guys, all of you, please give me feedback. I'm very happy to hear your feedback regarding the session. So, if there is anything to add, so we can always take your feedbacks as valuable ones. Okay, I'll share. I have a little bit problem here. So it's not being shared, the link.
Yeah, ma'am. I'm sharing the link here. Everyone, please fill the forms.
Have you shared, Reshma?
She is sharing it now. Thank you,
Reshma. Thank you so much, Reshma.
The link in group. Everyone, please
she is our backbone. Reshma is our backbone in our Rice Training Institute. So okay, guys, that's all about this first session of our today's conference, and our second session is like we mentioned in the schedule. So it is regarding clinical. It is by the Hema Sharma garu. So she is going to talk about computer system validation. So Hema, I think you are in. Yes, right?
Yes. Thank you, Preethi.
Yeah, Hema.
I'm here.
Yes, I'm going to do a little bit.
Thank you, Hema, madam. How are you?
Fine, sir. Absolutely fine.
Yeah, glad to see you on a conference.
Yes,
Thank you so much for allocating your valuable weekend time.
Yes. Shall I start? We start?
No, Reshma, sorry, Hema ma'am, give me 2 minutes. So, Hema ma'am has Hema Sharma garu. She has been working associated with the computer system validation. She is a professional there, senior most professional, and she has more than 15 years experience in the quality management of pharmaceutical industry. And Hema Sharma experience, she has experience in quality management system, process validation, cleaning validation, and analytical method validation, and many more. And Hema Sharma expertise in computer system validation, IT compliance, and e-compliance as per current regulatory requirements in the pharma industry. And Hema Sharma, I would like to welcome you to our conference. And this time is for you. This is all for you.
Okay, first of all, thank you, Preethi, and thank you all of you. This wonderful morning here, and we should thanks to, and especially I'm thanks to Kiran, give this such type of opportunity to not only me and all of we have joined here to understand the what is the career growth we should take, because from my time I was fresher, no one to guide us to from which direction we have to go. So this is very thankful for hardly thankful for you. You give such a platform to our youngest, and lot of energy they have, and they beat this battle of the career by joining this conference 50% because they want the actual direction. So really thankful for you. Uh, and now I'm started. So as Preeti said, we are discussing about the computer system validation. So I'm just sharing the presentation first. Yeah, I think, is it visible to all of you? Yeah, so we are starting. So computer system validation. This, as Preethi already said in the introduction part of this conference, that computer system validation is related to all the regulatory requirements. Yes, is any issues? Yes. Computer system, please mute all of you because it's, yeah. Okay. So Preethi, I'm audible?
Yes,
Yes, Hema, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you so much. So as Preethi already described us about the computer system validation, what is this and why we required this? This part of our pharmaceutical industries is most important part. Why this is from the last decade? Because the pharma or our medical line is directly related to the health of the patients, and there should be no any loophole, any manipulation, so that directly impact upon the quality of the medicine. As we all know, we are healthcare professions. This is our moral responsibility to give the best product to our patient and our customer. So how can we mitigate all the errors, all the mistake that come forward during the formulation part, during the R&D part, during the analysis part? So overcome these all the errors that intentionally, unintentionally happening, we have some electronic controls, and these electronic controls should be validate, should be ensure about that there is no any chance, no any risk to our patient. So that's why this computer system validation in current scenario is very important in pharma industry especially. So in this presentation, we hardly see some content like what is the introduction, just what is the regulation, how can we perform, what is the activities we have to do, and what is the approach, and how can we got the warning letter, or you can say some observation from the regulatories, and how can we periodically review that, and what is the role of trainings and learnings on that, and all what is the requirement of already all-time readiness. So computer system validation is related to hardware and software combinedly. Either we use in the production department, either we use in R&D department, either we use in analytical part. We have some machines, we have some equipment. So how can we control these equipment activities through the software part? And how the software control all the things, and how can we input on that so that the output from that part give us assurance about whatever the product we have interested is the best product. So in the combined way, these all the things come together and become a part computer system validation. So this is actually computer system validation. So introduction. In current scenario, the ALQA principles of data integrity. Integrity means honesty. Data means data. Whatever the data during the R&D time period, during the manufacturing time period, during the analytical time period, we have some data. Either wrong, either right, either as per expectation, as per guideline expectation. These data should be authentic. There is no error. This is our responsibility. At that part, we have some principle, which is known as the ALQA principle, in which attributable, legible, contemporaneous, original data, accurate data, complete data, consistent data, enduring data, always available data, and always there should be traceability. These are the principles that we have to follow. Previously, these principles are using with the manual part when the electronic system are not before 1 decade. But currently, when we go into the automation, artificial intelligence, electronic power, we have to remember these ALQA principles. And accordingly, we design our software, our electronic system. We have some rule and regulations. We have some mandatory requirement in our pharma industry that we have to follow to ensure that, yes, we have the great data, we have no quality compromise, we have our patient safety is our first aim, first target. So accordingly, we can prove this. So in the industry, where is used? This is used in critical process, as we discussed of the industry, particular those rarely used for computerized system for perform the task, manage their data, and support to regulatory compliance. Regulatory compliance as our guidelines, as our rules. For example, for India, we have Schedule M, we have Drug and Cosmetic Acts. So we have to do that because these are the acts. For doing that acts, for doing that compliance, we use these electronic things. We use the IT to compliance with the GMP requirement, compliance with the GLP, GCP. These requirements are using some integrity. And our electronic system give us the assurance of that. Same as data integrity, we read that data integrity, one of the core thing of our e-compliance. Product qualities and patient safety. Yes, we all know. Either we use any medicine, first off, we see the quality of the medicine. We want the quality medicine to us, to our family, to our mankind. So product quality and safety of the patients can be ensured by this activity or this concept of computer system validation. Risk mitigation. By doing this computer system validation, by doing this validation part, we have assured about all the risk, all the errors, all the problems now going to be down. We ensure at last when we doing the validation and ensure periodically review of this validation that whatever we generated from my system, whatever we am produced, whatever I am assured with this product is there is no risk or minimum risk to my patient. Business continuity. Business continuity means whatever the business with us. For example, from the raw material I'm procuring, from preparation, from department to department communication, and we will all together using our business and proceed this the product, and then product comes to the patient. So continuously we need the data that can be show anytime to our customer, to our regulators, that we have the proof that we are ensured that our product is going to the market with all the quality and no risk to the patient. So business continuity is one of the part of our computer system validation. Audit and inspection readiness required. We need customer. Why customer want to procure the pharma product from us? So we require to fulfill the audit requirement. We require some legal requirement, fulfill that legal requirement, according to their guideline, their rule and regulation, which customer, which country we are doing work. So because of this business continuity, this validation part, this continuous improvement part, we have some documentation, we have some traceability part, so that we can easily show anyone, any regulator, that we did this, we have taken this step to mitigate the risk during our computer system validation program. So document traceability should be available during the computer system validation. Productivity and efficacy. Validate system give us maximum confidence about the product. And we ensure that the efficacy of our product and patient safety. Control on quality. Quality control, we have control on quality because of this electronic system, because of this computer system validation programs. So these are some why we required, why we have to see all these things in the computer system validation. So what are the regulations? Regulation, all regulation from which country you are working as a pharma industry, where are you working, your export, your domestic, which country, every country have some guidelines, some rule and regulation. And they all regulations have some special content about this computer system validation or electronic system or software or application, every guideline there is. Like 21 CFR, I have mentioned, there is mention about the computers related system, like input and output from the computer or related system of the formula, other record or data shall be checked for accuracy. Same FDA have given their regulation as 21 CFR Part 11. We have to comply these all the requirement that mentioned there. EU have their guideline about the computer system. So we can see these guidelines or our Schedule M also saying about that everywhere where you want to comply for enforces that, yeah, this is your best product and the output is with low risk. So these are the some requirement that you have to be fulfilled, so that the computer system validation and IT is very important in the pharma industries now because of these guidelines, these rules and regulations, so that we have a good career on these all things, because this is the regulatory requirement. This is actual requirement for every pharma now. So lot of career opportunity we have because of these rule and regulation and acts. And every pharmaceutical manufacturer have to be follow these all the things because of this requirement. How can we perform? There is guidelines for how to perform. We have to understand that and execute accordingly. Like we have GAM5, this is the one of the guidelines, give us the opportunity, this is the detailed procedure, how can we perform that, we understand that, and so we execute confidently on our task of doing computer system validation. We have FDA guidelines, how can software application can be applicable for the task. So we can understand that and execute our task on the that. GAM5 of ISP. There is categorization. What is the category 1? What is the category 2, 3, 4, 5? We have certain categories of applications. We should understand that and execute our task accordingly. So we have to do some activities and documentation to fulfill our this computer system validation. We have to understand about the URS. Means what is the URS? User requirement specification. What is the user need? For example, you want to prepare a tablet. So what is your requirement as a electronic system? What control you want there? So this is URS. We should have command on that as a computer system validation expert. And then accordingly to prepare our specification, we have to share to purchase department, they select the vendors. Accordingly, we see which vendor is going good work, which vendors fulfill my all the requirement related to guideline, and also the process that I have to follow in my manufactured area. So accordingly, I have to learn about the computer system validation requirement of the particular area also, and also what is the regulation says. To understand that, I ask to the vendor or the service provider, how can you fulfill all my requirement? After selection of that vendor, when to fulfill all the things that you want, we have certain criteria as per the guideline. We have to follow some rules, like agreement, first of all, with the vendor. How can we do the validation? What is the plan? What is the strategy? Then where is the risk? How can we mitigate that? How can we ensure that these all these things can be happen properly and we get the quality product? What is the functional of that software, what application? Then how can you configure that? How can we join all the things? Trainings to my user to understand the applications. Then how can I install this? How can we qualify that installation? If I got some software with the attachment with the hardware, how can install that? How can I verify this is installed properly or not? Then what is the operation? How can it doing work? I have to ensure that. Then again, I have to see risk. Okay, I did all the things. Now, is there any risk? Again, I have to see risk. Then I have to see, okay, there is no risk. Then there is a traceability. Okay, at the time of URS, I have given this requirement, but still there is available or not available. So that traceability I have to see. And then prepare the summary report. We did this with insurance of this guideline, this user requirement, and we are ensured that our system is okay. Now again, we give the team. We have some IT team, we have some user team like quality control, warehouse, manufacturing area. We have to give the trainings to all that. Then call all and say, perform now. Now you perform first, then I will see is it okay or not? Then I will release as a computer system validation expert. Then after training, they perform that. After performing all the things, we have ensured that, okay, this is okay. Now you can use for the routine work. So as a computer system validation expert, you should know all the things about this, all the requirement, all the that I have mentioned here, all the documentation, all the activity, ensure that everyone, IT person, users, and whoever be involved in activity, they are full qualified, trained to attend all the things. You have opportunity to handle the troubleshooting. If they have any incident, they face some deviation. So how can you mitigate that? How can you help them? So this is the major role as a CSV expert of you. How can we characterize what is the minimum requirement for which category software have what is the minimum requirement of documentation and activities? Like category 3, we have some other requirement, category 4 that we learned previously in slide. So these requirements we should know so that we can easily show our customer that according to this international guidelines, international rules, we have did all the things. Same different categories. Then we understand about the what is the 483 and warning letter. 483 means when regulators come and give you some observation. Yes, your electronic system is not working properly. There is no assurance about computer system validation. There is no proper output. Warning letter means they gave finally warning letter. Pharm decided this is warning to you. Please ensure this. So we got, if you see the site of FDA, you got many observation about this. That's why the industry, pharma industry really want the expert person. They want the team of CSV, including IT person also, including freshers also, but ensure that who read that, ensure that all the fulfill system that we stable, is according to guideline or not, so that these warning letters and 483 can be minimized or maybe zero. So that's why this career is growing fastly in last 10 years. Periodic reviews. Industry want the person who periodically review their system. Is there any lacuna? Is there new guideline requirement? Is still established in my system? Still my system is working according to law and regulations? Still there is the principles of data honesty, data integrity. So they want the person who have ability to ensure that the electronic system that we have working as per regulatory requirement. So for that, what we need trainings, we need workshop, we need to develop regularly. We increase our knowledge regarding the guidelines, IT systems, compliances that can ensure your quality of the work of pharmaceutical industry. So we have to learn and think about that. And as I show you all the requirement of industry and regulation as per current guideline. In pharma industry, they need person, skilled person, learned person, learning attitude person, and execution attitude person. So that all time ready for the any type of audit, they are available, and they say to regulator, okay, come and see whatever we written in any regulation, we have competent persons, team that can fulfill all your requirement. So this is all about the brief introduction about the computer system validation and assurance. So if you have any query, you can ask.
Thank you, Hema.
Thank you, Preethi.
Session is very wonderful. I hope this has given me the students the input. So how to choose their career, how the overall idea of this CSP. It's very good. Guys, if you have any doubts, you can ask now regarding this CSP. So whatever you want to know, you can ask here. We are very happy to help you.
So if you have any doubt, please ask. If you think about that and then you have any question, you can contact with Kiran also. We definitely help you in any aspect choosing your career and all.
Madam, Hema Sharma, madam, drop your LinkedIn ID in Zoom meet, madam.
Okay.
Students will directly connect you on LinkedIn also, and we'll stay connected on the professional note, madam.
Okay.
So guys, like I said earlier, when we include this both science and then technology, then that is the best industry. You continuously having these high versions of your professions. Okay, it's always it's a upgrade in your career. Okay, so it is best to know the technology also, to apply this technology into our healthcare industry. So this is very best regarding this CSV. That is the best thing in the CSV, where we are applying the technology into the healthcare industry. Now everywhere in the healthcare, in the pharma industry, whatever the industry, we are using the systems everywhere. So everywhere this CSV is applying. We are applying everywhere. Okay, we are applying CSV everywhere. Everything has to go through these regulations, right? So, any doubts, guys? Yes.
So I've shared my LinkedIn ID as suggestion with Kiran. So if you have any doubt, you can ask me on that my ID you have, and Kiran is also here for help you all. Thank you so much, Preethi. Thank you, Kiran.
Yes, Hema, could you drop your this feedback form link here?
Yeah, I will.
Yes, that is a feedback form, guys. We always appreciate your feedback. And thank you so much, Hema.
Thank you. And all the best, all of career-oriented guys here. And definitely this conference give you the clear idea to choose your best career. So with all the best of all of you, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Hema. Yes, guys, now session ended a little bit early. So we can take a break. So take a break for 15 minutes. We'll gather by 10:45 sharp. Okay, after that, there is a very interesting session with our CEO. Ask me anything session. So you can ask anything regarding in your career. So might be regarding, so based on your education background, you might have so many questions on your mind, right? So you can ask any kind of questions regarding this profession, regarding the industry. If you want to know the market, you can ask Kiran. You can ask Kiran sir. So we are very happy to answer you on these things, because this conference is all about helping you to know your career. Okay, how to choose your career, right? So guys, come up with questions to bombard the Kiran sir, to make him confused. Not the personal questions. Okay, don't ask personal questions. Don't come up with your personal questions. Come up with the professional questions and know the market. Okay, if you want to know the market, ask him. So he is the best in the industry. He has 15 years of experience in the industry. So very vast knowledge in this digital marketing and all these things. So you can very happily have session with him. Okay, ask me anything session. Come with questions, right? So take a 15 minutes break and come again. Come back. So it's now 10:33. We can gather by 10:45. Is that okay? Yes. Please be back by 10:45. Okay. Okay, guys.
Yeah, thank you, Preethi. Thank you so much. We'll definitely gather by.
Kiran sir is going to take this Ask Me Anything session. So before that one, I want to give you a brief introduction of Kiran Kumar. So he's the I'm sorry, he's the founder of our RAS trainings. So Kiran Kumar Chamrugunda, he's postgraduate in pharmacy and pursuing his PhD. And he's having 15 plus years of experience in IT life sciences in many domains, like Pharmacovigilance, computer system validation, and also as a career growth coaching. And he worked in Tech Mahindra, Bioclinica, Cognizant, Icon Clinical Research, and HCL Technologies. Okay, and currently he is managing RISE trainings, a tech startup established in June 2018 at SPSR Nellore, Andhra Pradesh, aim to serve cost-effective and result-oriented courses in pharmacovigilance and medical writing and regulatory affairs. And later he introduced many other courses also, and leading 30 plus trainers with 15 plus years experience, industry experience, and 10 young and dynamic team members traveling with him for the best career growth coaching for the B Pharmacy, M Pharmacy, Pharma D, and PhD candidates. And RISE trainings provide a career launch program for freshers and career growth program for experienced, for both for freshers and for experienced. We are offering courses here and supporting. He supported to 305 plus placements in jobs for both freshers and experienced through Career Launch Program and Career Growth Program till date. And he mentored, counseled more than 6,000 students and professionals since 2011 and supported them. You can happily find him in the LinkedIn. He already shared his LinkedIn profile with you. So Kiran sir, you can always reach Kiran sir very easily through LinkedIn and at the Rise Trainings Institute also. So that's all about Kiran sir. And Kiran, I'm pleased to overtake the session.
Yeah, thank you, Preethi. Thanks for your warm introduction. Yeah. Go ahead with your questions, and this session is exclusively for you, where we want to help you with your career queries, and we want to make sure that we are giving you right helping hand, friends. You can ask me directly, first thing. Second thing, you can chat in the option,
Yes.
Zoom chat. I have 10 more minutes for me, 10 to 15 minutes more for me. And most of the questions nowadays I started answering through shorts, YouTube shorts and Facebook Reels. And my digital team is helping me doing this, both designer Srilekha and admin and operations lead Reshma madam. Go ahead, ma. Go ahead with your questions, please.
Ask your questions. Whatever is there in your mind regarding professions, your profession, you can come. You can ask. Yes, someone messaged.
Hello, Aisha. That's a valid question. I think you are in still 5th year of Nirmala College of Pharmacy. I always say that very tough career to choose and get into. But if you are doing fast now itself in 5th year and 6th year, by the time you come out of your course in 2025 or 26, that is going to help you for sure. We are also offering a fast course with us. The course cost is around 35,000 rupees. But start learning it very early. Don't learn courses and don't start educating yourself after the course. Don't do it after PharmD. Don't do postmortem for your that career dead body, which is going to have a lot of diagnosis later. Okay. But if you want to have a very prospective career, the right time is now. If you are in PharmD 5th year or 6th year, definitely start taking course. It is there with us. We can give that course for 35,000 rupees. You will get a hands-on experience on staff, and you will definitely get that real-time learning from 10 years plus staff expert, Aisha. And whoever are attending this webinar, we want to give them 20% offer also. We want to show the value. We want to give back the value to students, saying that we are valuing your Sunday's contribution. If suppose someone is buying course from us during this webinar and conference, we will give you 20% off flat. That means we are just paid as 99 rupees. We are going to show you value back of 3,000 to 4,000 rupees. That means a Pharmacovigilance course is 20,000 rupees. We will give you that course for just 16,000 rupees. This offer will be applicable for only webinar conference participants. That too till 1st October admissions only, not delayed than that. Till 1st October, this offer will be applicable. 1st October batch. That's a good career to choose also, Aisha. I'll not disappoint you. But right time is you have to start. Because what happens if you take after your course, it will take a lot of time to learn and do job search, and you'll end up disappointing that SAS is not a good career and I have chosen it in a wrong time and a wrong career I have chosen. Okay. Did I answer your question, Aisha?
Okay, that's for Aisha. And what is next question? Who is next?
We will talk in person also, Aisha. Post the session, get in touch with Reshma madam. She will give my availability timings to you. Yeah.
So Sirisha is asking, Kiran.
Sirisha, for Bombay, Pharmacovigilance is the best career. No other choice. No other best choice. Pharmacovigilance is best. If you want, I'll refer you personally. We have very good connections there. And And the best part is Bombay is occupying more number of companies geographically. Bangalore comes first, 52 companies it is occupying. Mumbai comes second. It's nothing but 50 companies. 50 companies are there means you can happily get job there. Only thing is you need to plan it right. You need to plan it right. Take coaching in your 5th year or 6th year of Pharm or M.Pharm, whatever it is. Have our guidance, have our mentorship. We are not just trainers here. We are trainers, mentors, and coaches here. We want to make sure that you are reaching your career goals in right time. Okay. Did I answer your question, ma? And Pharmacovigilance is having more number of companies in a city like Bombay. After this session, I am going to share you that link also for Pharmacovigilance companies in India.
Yes.
Any further questions, ma?
Who is
We
next?
still have 10 more minutes. Preethi madam, please inform Sarun sir to be available by 11:05 a.m.
Already in. He's already in.
Yeah. Thank you so much, sir. Any other doubts? Any other questions, friends? We could see good interaction going on. I think in chat we are seeing some questions. Okay. Old questions only. Please plan your career ahead, because in India there are 2,000 plus colleges. Yearly 5.5 to 6 lakh students are passing out, and we are battling with India's biggest problem. It's not corona, it's not laziness, it's not getting right food at right time. What is the biggest India's problem? Can you post in the chat? Because most of them have heard my webinars and seminars earlier. What is the India's biggest problem, guys? Guys?
Yes. Unemployment. I know the answer. So, guys, come up with
Can you please tell me whether it is unemployment or laziness?
practical education. Yes.
Agreed.
So, someone
Agreed.
is asking another thing, sir.
Sure, Sirisha. We will definitely come up, ma. And please, Sudha madam, please take all the students' requests and all questions in an Excel. We'll consider their feedback as an amendment for us. We'll showcase in our next seminars and webinars. Definitely, your input makes us better sessions, ma, because we want to conduct more online and offline sessions in future. We want to interact and we want to transform your career. Or else, why would a software professional would leave his fruitful career, and why would he come to here? Because I want to help my pharmacy brothers and sisters so that they are happily leading work from home jobs and work from home careers and abroad opportunities, whoever are planning like BTech and MTech candidates. I think I'm still okay to take 2 more questions, students.
Yes,
Please post here. I agree, Aisha. Practical education is missing, and a good internships and a good trainers and teachers are missing. We completely accept your feedback. And doing internships, attending these kind of webinars make you more aware, make you more engaging, and always stay connected with industry professionals. I'm not saying that you should not connect with academic people, but along with academics, as you said, if you want to get a practical education and industry exposure, the best way is to do courses and do company internships if possible. Doing a hospital internship will help you. Doing an internship at a local multi-specialty hospital will help you to enhance clinical knowledge. But you have to think whether my clinical knowledge will help me to land in the clinical jobs and how far these clinical jobs are good in India. But if you are aspiring these abroad jobs, these IT careers, like a wonderful session by Preethi, Sudha madam, and computerized system validation, superb session by Hema, Sharma madam. If you want to get into these careers, you have to travel in the same path where your focus and vision goes on. Okay. Always remember that we are there to help you with our 10 plus, 15 plus years of experts, and always take our helping hand. Always, if you are in doubt, please ask. Any doubt is a good doubt, right? I'll take one more question. It's 11 now. Last one single question. Anyone can ask? so that it is helping for everyone.
Yes.
Please. Srilekha, Romita, Pallavi, Reshma, even you also can ask any doubts, so you are my team. Please ask some questions so that it is helping your juniors and your sisters and brothers out here. Pallavi, are you there on the call, ma? Preethi, I think we don't have further questions. I think it's better you start introducing Sarun, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll stop sharing.
Thank you, Kiran. So, Sarun, you're already in, right? Yes, I can see you. So, our next session is
Yes, Preethi.
Our next session is medical coding session. A few people asked me regarding medical coding session also when I'm taking this. So I'll give you brief introduction about our speaker today, and Sarun, so we welcome you very heartily. To this conference, and thank you for your helping hand at the last minute. So that is very great. Great help we received. And yes, so guys, so our medical coding speaker is Valdi Sarun Rao. He is an expert in the medical coding, and he is a pharmacy graduate, and he has 11 years of experience into RCM and medical coding. And currently he is working as a delivery manager coding. So he knows the best about the medical coding, whatever you want to know about medical coding. So listen to this session, and after the session, ask Sarun sir for questions also regarding how to enter. So people will ask me questions, right? You can ask Sarun sir, and he will give you the best answers. Okay, so Sarun, over to you.
Thanks, Preethi. Thanks for the introduction. So,
Welcome.
good morning, team. I'll just give my introduction again. My name is Valdi Sarun Rao. So, I completed my B Pharmacy. That's my graduation. And I'm working as a delivery manager in one of the a reputed company, I could say, in medical coding. So, I have close enough of like 11 years of experience into medical coding and RCM industry, revenue cycle management. So today I'm addressing you everyone like what's a medical coding. Okay. Preethi, are you sharing screen or you want me to share screen? Preethi, can you hear me?
Yes, Sarun, I'm sorry. I can hear.
Are you sharing screen or you want me to share the screen?
You can share. You
Sure.
can share.
Yeah. Okay. So before going to the medical coding, I just heard a question from Preetham. Is he here? I don't think I could see him in the participant list. So his question is like medical coding is only for the people who know anatomy and physiology, like human anatomy and physiology. Actually, that's a myth. It's completely going in wrong direction. The medical coding is for all the life science graduates. The only thing is if the person know about human anatomy and physiology is an added advantage. In fact, the most of the people who are all not from the life science graduate as well coming to the medical coding because there is a lot of opportunities in the market right now. And coming to the medical coding, before I go to medical coding, I want to address you guys, whatever the question you have in this session, in last Q&A, please ask those questions because I used to struggle in the initially when I started my career. I don't know, like I just completed my B Pharmacy. The reason I took the B Pharmacy, someone said like who are all very good in science, they'll go to the MBBS. I'll just show the like what is the market, okay? If you are taking a life science, the first option is to either you will be a MBBS doctor. If you are really very good at academics, you will get a free seat. And if you are like so and all, if you are still rich, you'll buy a ticket, you will buy a medicine seat. But if you're not doing both of these, you will obviously end up with a B pharmacy or BDS based on your interest. So in my career, one of the guys said like B pharmacy, if you take the B pharmacy, you can go and formulate the drugs. You can create a new drugs. So I just heard that and I went into B pharmacy. And once I'm into B pharmacy, I understand like B pharmacy is nothing but like it's a manufacturing of the medicines. It's not to formulate them. Of course, like few people who are doing like exceptionally well, those like out of 100%, only 5% people are going to that position, and remaining 95 people are going to industries working for like 6 days a week and rotational shift. There is no, we even don't not sure about like what is a night and what's a daytime. So that is what happened. Who are all continuing this B pharmacy or any life science graduate, just go through with your presentation very carefully and ask me any questions that you are coming across. Okay. So the content of today's session is what is RCM. Everybody is saying medical coding, right? Medical coding is a part of RCM. It's a RCM industry. This is called revenue cycle management industry. And the medical coding is a one part out of 10. So there is 10 different processes there where you can get the job, and medical coding is only 1% of them. Okay, it's a 10% of them. And next, what is after what is RCM, like what's a medical coding and what qualification you needed to get into medical coding, and from career choice to high ready and high ready to your height. So as before Kiran and Preethi mentioned, like it's not just explaining the medical coding, but how you are be ready for that hire, how you are a right candidate, and from right candidate to how we are making you to go hide. So there is a lot of connection with the companies. Even we took almost like 95 people in the last batch as a freshers, and those guys are still under training. So we'll give you like 1 month or 2 months of training. These are all already trained. Okay, they'll go for training from the different institute like Rise Institute and any other institutes. So from there the people will come here and we'll train them, and we'll just we will give the preference for the people who are only trained from the training institutes. Okay. And coming to the next, specialist in medical coding, how many specialties is there in medical coding, and medical coding certification? What are all the certification if you want to come to a medical coder? And how many companies is there? Like we are only covering top medical coding companies, because there is almost like
Sarun sir,
yeah,
sorry to interrupt. Can you please make a full screen there?
yeah,
Slide
sure.
show.
Yeah.
Yeah, please go ahead, sir. Sorry.
Okay. So, and medical coding certifications and top medical coding companies and medical coding industry salary, because most of the people are having this question, like what's my salary? If I'm going as a fresher, what's my salary? If I'm getting like 1 year experience, 2 years experience, what is my salary stack? And this will be taken care. And who is the provider? So whom we are working actually, what is our mode of work and type of patients, like whether we are working for the provider, whether we are working for the patients, or we are working for the payer. So everything will be taken care in this session. And the first part is what is RCM. So RCM is a process that manages claim processing and payment and revenue generation. I'll tell you in a lamb language. Like for example, if you're in US, okay, the healthcare industry is very costly. If you want to go to hospital just for a normal checkup, or you are feeling like headache, or if you're feeling nausea and vomiting, they'll charge you like $100 to $200. $100 to $200 is a more. So that is the reason every US citizen will take the insurance, health insurance. So in order to process those health insurance, for example, I'm the patient. I went to a doctor and doctor charged me $100. So these $100, how he will get it paid? So we are the facilitator. We are a RCM company, or you can say like facilitator, to make sure the $100 are taken from the insurance and we are paying this to the provider in a proper manner, because there is a lot of fraudulent things is there. There are a lot of abuse is there. A few providers will feel like if the patient is just coming with a headache, and he'll do the EKG, he'll do the CT, he'll do the X-ray, and say like charge everything. So in order to stop this kind of fraud things, we are the facilitators to bill it accurately. based on the guidelines. There is a lot of guidelines involved here based on the CMS guidelines and based on the HIPAA complaints, and there's a lot of entities there. So from those entities, we are going to build this as an accurate. So this is called an RCM. RCM is not only medical coding, but it will start from the claim processing to till payment. How many steps are involved in the RCM? As I said, like, we are just one part of the medical coding is a one part of entire RCM cycle where we need more knowledge. This is kind of a complete subject knowledge. It's not something like we are working with Excels or we are working with any other tools or applications. So it's completely skilled work. The medical coding is the only skilled work in the entire RCM cycle. Pre-registration. I'll tell you what is pre-registration. If I want to go to a hospital or a particular provider tomorrow because I'm feeling like my back is aching, or I have some other, like I'm feeling dizziness, or I need a proper appointment for my diabetes or hypertension or whatever it is. So I'll just call to the hospital and say, like, just do me a pre-registration, right? They'll take you the details, they'll take you all the necessary details, and they'll just fix with the appointment with the so-and-so provider. And after that registration, right? Pre-registration is a process again, like whoever want to go into the pre-registration, you can go there, but it's not like life science is not required. Any graduate is enough for this kind of work. And registration. So once your pre-registration is done, you will go to hospital in physical, like you will present there and you will fill up the forms that is called the registration forms. So when you're taking a registration forms, they'll say like whether do you have an insurance card, or you want to pay it directly, or you want to pay it in a cash, or you want to pay it in a credit card. So these all the things they'll taken care by registration team. So these are one more team again. So there's a two entities already done. And coming to the treatment, who will give the treatment? Obviously, once my pre-registration is done and registration is done, then I'll go to the treatment. So the so-and-so provider will meet me and he'll address all my problems and he'll say like take medications or so-and-so. Once the treatment is done, here comes the medical record departments. What is mean by medical record departments? Nowadays, it's called like paper record and TBA record. Paper record, previously you see like most of the providers will write everything in the paper, but now it's a digitalized. There is no paper, and they'll just take a tablet, they'll take an iPad, and they'll just tick marks like so and so patient is having so and so condition and take so and so drugs, these kind of things. So this medical record department will gather all the medical records. For example, if I went to provider and treatment is done, and I went to lab, I went to X-ray, I went to CT. So all these CT, X-ray, and lab documents will put it into one place. That is called a medical record departments. And coming to the print shop. So the treatment is happening in the US, right? How we will code that? How we will look at those records? So this is called a print shop. The print shop is a traditional word previously, where there is a paper medical records are there, but the trend is just continuing. It's print shop, but it's moreover like taking all the digital forms and putting into one software. That is called a building software or coding software, whatever it is. And here comes our part. So once all these entities are completed their work, and it will come to a coding process. Here our coding process will start. Why the coding process is crucial is, here you are going to decide what is the treatment done to the patient by provider, and whether CT is performed or not, X-ray is performed or not. If it is performed, whether it's performed for the valid reason or not. If I'm coming with an like backache, if he's doing X-ray for my chest, if he's doing CT for my head, what is the point of that? That's wrong, that's abuse. Then we will say like, no, this is not a billable, so you're doing a wrong thing. So that almost like you need to think as a provider. You're thinking as a provider, and you're giving a suggestion like this is a wrong treatment, and you're coding accordingly. So this is a medical coding. I'll tell you what is medical coding, how to go the medical coding, but I'm just only explaining about like what is the entire cycle. In entire cycle where we are working, where we are fitting exactly. Here the medical coding department, whatever the scans coming, whatever the print shop guys are uploaded, those will come to you as a patient. You will review the patient records and see like what kind of diseases he is having, and you will convert those diagnoses to new alphanumerical code, and you will code the CPT. For example, if the provider is like seeing the patient for 30 minutes, you will give a code. 40 minutes you will give a code. 50 minutes you will give a code. We will have a different codes. That's a completely kind of medical coding. Okay, Coming to the charge entry. So once you decided like provider of insurance has to pay $100 to the provider, and it will go to insurance. Sorry, charge entry people, because coder is decided $100 has to go to provider from insurance. So it will go to charge entry. What charge entry people will do? It's not like a skill not required here again. So medical coding is the only portion where we need to review the medical record, understand the diagnosis, understand the procedure, and finalize the payment. We are not going to finalize the payment. Well, we will give you an alphanumerical code that is already pre-formulated a particular dollar amount. It's already like complete fabrication. It's a complete spider net, you can say. Like if you give one value, it will automatically go as per the insurance and how much insurance has to pay. That everything will be taken care by a charge entry people. This is a one more entity. Once the charge is entered, it will go to insurance. So from the insurance also, if you guys are working there, because insurance also not sure whether this is correct or not. I'm a medical coder. I'm working for the provider, or I'm working for a company, or I'm working for an hospital. So similar kind of setup will be taken care by insurance also, because insurance will not pay blindly. They will also see whether the whatever the medical coder is coded correctly or not. So there is one more medical coder is involved. So the beauty of this medical coding is it's an evergreen industry. There is no chance of digitalization. Obviously like 10 to 20% they are trying to digitalize, but still it will not work, because there is a lot of fraudulent things. There is a lot of abuses are identified by the Medicare and Medicaid. So this is impossible to digitalize. Even though some portion of part is digitalized, still we need a human intervention to analyze that whether this is correct or not. Okay, then it will go to insurance verification. From the insurance verification, their coders or their auditors or their complaints officer will review this. And once they reviewed, they decided like, yes, $100 is a payable. Then it will go to claims and transmission department. So that $100 check will go to claims and transmission department. These guys will open the claims and transmit the details. Either this $100 whether patient has to pay or insurance has to pay. If insurance has to pay, they'll say like $100 bill, pay this $100 to the provider. So here it will go to the payer. What payer will do, like he'll just give that $100, he'll sign up the check and he'll just send that $100 to him. Here, once $100 check is received, right, the check has to be posted. So these guys will do the cash postings and with that entity IDs, with their NPPI IDs, because that a lot of tax is involved. So we need to be very careful while cash posting, giving the correct entity or giving the correct NPPI number and everything. So once the cash is posted, these are here is AR account receivables. These are like telecallers, we can say, but here also there is a lot of like a knowledge should required. These guys will call to the insurance company and say like this $100 is going to pay to so and so payer, and these people will confirm whether this is received or not. If it is not received, what's the reason? So that's a kind of work of AR, account receivables. And finally collections. So once AR guys is confirmed like, yes, this $100 is the proper one and you can just go ahead and release the amount, here is a collection department. So this collection department will collect the final checks and final EOBs or final claim 15 forms and everything, and they'll send to the respective persons. One will go to the patient, one will go to the provider, and one will go to the insurance company, because everybody is in the same agreement. Okay, this is the entire RCM. I'll just pause for a second, review this entire RCM, and let me know any questions in the chat box just for this slide. Okay, I'll take it as no messages and everybody is clear with this RCM. Okay, moving down to the next slide. So you know what is RCM? It's an entire like very big cycle. In that big cycle, we are one of the part where the skill is required. That's a medical coding, right? So what is mean by medical coding is it's a transformation of patient's electronic health record. Whatever we are getting from the hospital, that electronic health record, we will review the ICD-10 and CPT books. There is very big books is involved, but you don't need to just mug up anything. It's nowadays it's completely automated. You can just open the software and search the keyword and find the diagnosis code and code it. So that particular diagnosis and CPT, we will transform this to alphanumerical code. And because insurance company doesn't know, right? We are sending to charge entry, we are sending to insurance company. What if we are sending to insurance company as like hypertension or diabetes, our patient is having like cardiovascular disease? They are not aware, because we are aware like what's happening with the human body, but they are not aware. So we are giving them code. Don't struggle too much, just bill for this code. So that is our work. For example, here you can see like headache. Whenever the patient is coming as a headache, you cannot bill it as a headache. Headache is having a unique code which is called R51. It's an alphanumerical code. So this R51 will taken by the charge entry and they will bill. It will have a certain amount and they will bill. If we are having any CPT also, we will just give like 5-digit code like 999-213 or 99313, whatever it is, and they'll bill. So this is called a medical coding. Medical coding is nothing but you will review the patient medical record and review the software. Whatever the software is given to you, like we have a Codify and Encoder Pro, that is based on your organization. Once you are getting to your office, and there you will review with the key terms, and you'll just enter headache and you'll find the diagnosis code R51 and you'll just code. That's all. Yeah. Somebody is asking question. Okay. Moving to next slide. Everybody is clear about medical coding, I believe. What qualification is needed? There's a second question you will get into mind, like what is a qualification? Like how can I go to medical coding? As I said, life science graduation is enough. Who are all like life science graduate, all can come to medical coding. The only added advantage is who are all like B pharmacy or M pharmacy, even dentist or nursing, because we see most of the nursing people will come to the medical coding because they cannot sit for a long time and do like 12-hour shifts. So that's the first reason, because you are asking like you are working as a nursing. Even one like 2 or 3 persons who are all got the government job in nursing, BSc nursing, they still opted for the medical coding. The only reason is like they cannot work for like 12-hour shift, a 10-hour shift, rotational shift, and 6 days a week. So this is the only reason they opted for the medical coding, because the salary wise both are same. Even the medical coding is more because it's a corporate culture. You don't need to work like 6 days a week. It's only 5 days a week, and there is no rosters, and there is just 9 hours of time, and including your 1 hour break time. So it's kind of corporate completely. Like who are all the people working in IT? It's a similar to the same for medical coding. The same rules will apply for the medical coding, but you will not find that much pressure in like whatever the pressure we are finding in the IT, the same pressure will not feel here. Okay. So all the life science graduates, not only just B pharmacy, M pharmacy, just as an added advantage for the B pharmacy and M pharmacy people, because they are already going through all the human anatomy and physiology, like a provider, right? Like a doctor. Whatever the doctor is doing, these guys will know. Once they review the operative report, these guys will easily understand. So other people is like, it's not a struggle. All the life science can easily crack this medical coding. And even non-life science graduate who are all coming from the completely different computer science or different degrees, or what we'll say like different kind of degrees not related to life science, those candidates also, they are going under training for a month and 2 months from the different training institutions, and they are coming to the organization because there is no other choice outside. Either you have to go to IT if you're not getting a job in IT, so the next thing is only medical coding, because there's a lot of options are there. And the best thing is the medical coding will going to start in India as well soon. I think you guys can see like who are all recently hospitalized. It's a bad thing obviously, but you can see the diagnosis codes there. Our providers also started coding the diagnosis, started coding the codes, ICD-10 codes. If you go to any Kamini or Apollo, you can see the diagnosis codes. They'll mention like a hypertension, next to that they'll mention like I10. They'll mention diabetes, next to that they'll mention E11.9. So the best thing is in future also the medical coding will take over the entire healthcare industry. Okay. Coming to the knowledge of human anatomy, as I said, it's an added advantage, but not aware of the human anatomy is not a problem. It's just a 15 days of course. You can easily find out what is a human anatomy. It's a basic required, not to like read entire thing. Probably like 15 to 16 days of session, you will get it what is human anatomy. And good communication skills. It's a general thing. Like communication is actually not required, but if somebody is explaining you something, if you can able to answer that, or if you able to understand that, is enough. because you're not going to talk to the providers. You just want to understand the medical documentation, and you just want to understand if someone is explaining something. That's it. And basic typing skills. Here again, there is one myth, like we need to enter a lot of things in this medical coding. No, it's not like typing work. You will not enter anything. You have to do is to think and understand the medical record. You are not going to type much. Hardly you will type per a chart. Okay, it's a very simple thing. The basic typing skill is enough. And basic computer knowledge such as MS Office, like nowadays everybody is aware of MS Office, like how to open the Excel, how to track the data, and how to close it, how to save it, how to cut paste. So these are all the basic things we need. So these are qualification need for the medical coding. And coming to the career choice to hire ready and your hire, how you will go to career choice, how you will, first of all, the training institute, the rise will help you how to choose your career. If you are, as Kiran mentioned previously, like if you want to go to pharmacovigilance, and if you want to go to quick job, you just completed your academics and you need a quick job, you have to get into the job immediately, you can go to medical coding. But medical coding, there is a lot of certification again, and certification is not mandatory currently. Few organizations will take like without certification, and they'll train you internally, and few organization will say like only certified coders will take. So that is again like it's a 50-50 chance. So your career, if you start in a month and you need a IT career, and you need like 5 days of work, and you don't want to take much stress, and you don't want to work on an industry lifting up the bags, if any guys in the production lifting up the bags, or so bags, or if you're in the quality, again you need to be work for like a lot of hours per day. So if you want to avoid this, the best thing is to get into the medical coding or get into the pharmacovigilance, like that, based on your interest. Again, we are not forcing you to go there, but this is a opportunity you in front of you. So what we will explain you, like what we will train you in the medical coding. We will just fix up your mind. Once you fix like where you want to go, and we will tell you that what's a career, and how you will be an hire ready. Because if I'm taking an interview for any fresher, or what we will do, like whether he trained or not, and we will say like whether you know the ICD-10. Here you can see the international classification disease. These are all the three main concept we will see whenever we take an interview, whether the person is very proficient in this ICD-10, or he know about the minimum basics of a CPT, or whether he know what is mean by level 3 codes or level 2 codes. So there's a basic things. This everything will be taken care by the rise trainers, medical coding trainers, and they will give you help till you hide. Because see, I'm one of the example, like we are taking a lot of pressures, and because they are having a lot of links with most of the medical coding companies, and they'll say like we have a best candidates who are all ready to do the job, and who are all well trained. So these kind of links they are having, so easily you can find your medical coding job here. Coming to the specialties. So when we say medical coding, now you understand, I'm just giving you a brief from start. It's a RCM. In RCM, you are working as a medical coder, and you know what is the qualification needed, and you know how to get into the medical coding, and what is the specialties are included. So medical coding, again, it's divided to different specialties. So I just included the main specialties, but apart from this, there is a lot of specialties are included. These are all the common specialties, I could say. HCC and MRA, it's a risk adjustment coding, and ED, emergency department, ER is emergency room, both are same, and ENM, evaluation and management, and anesthesia. If you want me to explain like each line item, I'm still okay to explain, but this much information is not needed now. Definitely when you guys taking a training session on the medical coding, these are all main topics to include. Okay, these trainers will train you on every part of this. I'm just, anybody is having any questions in the latter, you can ask me in the QA session. I'll happy to answer you guys. And ENM, evolutionary management, and anesthesia. So if you see these words, you might remember, and you might see this in your current whenever you go to hospital, or whenever your relatives or your friends are admitted into hospital and like undergo major surgery, you will listen this anesthesia has to come and give anesthesia. And denials means if insurance company is not paying, then why it is not paying, that's a denials that we need to work. radiology, what all the radiology X-rays are done, what are the CTs, and pathology, CBCs, CMPs, complete blood panel, or diabetic sugar levels, HGA1Bs, and these are all like pathology. Who want to work on pathology, they can go to pathology department. IPDRG, it's a very, I'll tell you about the salary structure later, but IPDRG is a very beautiful course and little bit tough to get into IPDRG, but the salaries are exceptional. These are all equal to an IT person. Okay, and I'll explain you in the salary stack about IPDRG. Okay, surgery coding, this is also the best one. If patient is coming for a bariatric surgery, you just need to review the medical record and say like patient is coming for the bariatric surgery. So just open the CPT and find out the CPT code and just build that. And yes, there is some instructions are included, some modifiers are included, the everything will be taken care by the trainers. CDI, it's a clinical data improvisation. This is a very good course. Again, this is something like we are training providers. We are giving an education to providers. You are a medical coder, but you have an opportunity to educate the US providers. You need to, sometimes you need to talk to them, sometimes you need to mail them like, hey, you are giving a wrong documentation. So if you are giving documentation like this, there is a potential risk of losing the revenue. So this kind of education you are giving to the provider. This is a CDI and again highly weighted specialty. And oncology, oncology, most of the people know about cancer treatments. ACTC, advanced cancer treatment centers are there in the US, and these are all very, very expensive. They cannot buy the drugs for the cancer. So this very difficult to build this oncology. And you will have radiation therapies, chemotherapies, and fractions. So everything, like all kind of oncology stuff is included. And you no need to learn all of this. If you learn the basics of ICD and basics of CPT, and you will be placed into an organization, and the organization is nothing but an office or a company. So that company will take care of like where they want you to put it in, right? If they're having a denial requirement, they'll say like you can go to denials. And if they have anesthesia requirement, you will be placed into anesthesia. If they want IPDRG, you will be placed into IPDRG. So there is a lot of opportunities there and a lot of openings. The people are crazy about the medical coders in current industry. Coming to the certifications. So I just mentioned the major certifications here, but apart from these, there is almost like 20 to 25 certification is there based on the reason you are working. For example, you're working in Canada or you're working in Abu Dhabi, Dubai. So there is again different certifications is there. They'll say like we need a specific certification to get into this course. And because I'm just mentioning about geographical, I'll just tell you how many companies are offering outside as well, abroad as well in the next slides, coming slides. So here these are all common like CPC, certified professional coder. If you want to be a just coder, and you can go to anywhere, you can just go to CPC, COC, certified outpatient coder. If you want to go specially on the outpatient, then you have to do COC, and CIC is again inpatient coder. CRC is a risk adjustment. CPMC is a certified professional medical scribe. So we have a lot of things here. I'm not going to explain because I'm going to explain now. That will not make sense. Before that, you need to understand what's a medical coding and you need to choose it, and then accordingly we can tell you like what path you are going and what kind of specialty we need to train you. Okay, and moving down to top medical coding companies, again I said geographically 200 medical coding companies are there, and most of them, only I just mentioned like famous medical companies here. We have in Hyderabad around like 45, because nobody knows these companies, but still 45 places there. Even I wonder when I'm searching about these companies, and I used to hear like this company is a medical coding, this company is medical coding, because we even don't know like there's a medical coding, because everybody is starting this medical coding company because of the profits. It's a kind of 40 and 60 kind of 60-40 business. So there's a huge profits in this business, and that's the reason the people are just throwing the salary like anything. And you have Hyderabad, there is a lot of companies in Chennai, Bangalore, Vizag, Maharashtra, Philippines, Manipal, in UAE. So here I'll tell you like UAE, one of my batch, actually we started coding career in 2011 or 2012. So few from our team, Like around, we are like 12 people, and they decided in 2014, they decided to move to Abu Dhabi. They got an opportunity because there's a lot of opportunities in Abu Dhabi that by that time, and this just settled there. They're not coming back because the salary they are getting like 3.5 to 4 lakhs per month. If you convert this into, I think 22,000 to 23,000, what will currency? Okay, whatever it is. So 20 to 24,000 in their currency, and it's like close to 3 lakhs to 4 lakhs. Okay, dirhams, that is. Okay, and you have the opportunities in Singapore as well, because most of the users, most of my company users are also getting call from Singapore, say like, we will train you, and these kind of consultations, they'll place you there and they'll give you good salaries around like 2 or 2.5, and they'll just charge for something. So coming to the opportunities, I would say like, you no need to worry about the opportunities, because 200 companies are actively waiting for you guys. If you go to just LinkedIn and search for the jobs, you'll find like, we need fresher candidates, and we need experienced candidate. We need just 1 year experience. We need just 6 years of experience for IPDRG. There is a lot of opportunities there. And Gibbs is from Mumbai and also in Hyderabad. Axel Care from Chennai. Korone Sajuba recently in Mindspace Building 11 they established it very big. Almost like their target is to close to 3,000 employees. They are still hiring. And Wipro, Cognizant, Episource from Chennai, Omega Health Chennai and Hyderabad, AGS Health Chennai and Hyderabad, Miramida Juba Chennai, and Tata Marshall Hyderabad, and Sutherland, Hyderabad, TCS, Chennai and Hyderabad, E4E, Chennai, EXL. So there's a lot of companies, because I just mentioned like what I remember. NEN Healthcare is there, Eclat Healthcare is there. So if you're telling about these trainings, it will go on. Okay. Coming to the medical coding industry salary survey. This is the important task, guys, an important topic as well. So as per the review, because the Glassdoor is a very beautiful platform where we can go back and see like, what is the average salary for a coder with a 1 year of experience. With 1 year of experience, the people are getting like 44,000 per month. So that is very good when you're comparing to the IT companies who are all recruited in IT companies from an organization. Like, companies will come and take, maybe they'll get a high pay, but who are taking this job from outside, they're still getting like 24 and 25,000 as a take home. It's similar to a medical coder. And what if you're a fresher and joining an organization without CPC? What is your take home? I'll tell you in the take home. So you will be getting around 20,000 as a take home. And if you're certified and you're getting around 25,000 as a take home, as a basic, as a fresher. And after getting 1 year of experience, if you want to change the companies are throwing like 40,000, 44,000, 45,000, like anything. Because here the experience doesn't matter. Once you are getting to the medical coding and you are very good at medical coding, like apart from this experience, they're just ignoring the experience and they're just paying based on your talent. So the average quota salary for freshers is around like 250,000 annually. This is a CTC, I'm telling you, the cost to the company, and 20,000 as a take home, who are all not certified. And moving to providers, like till here, anybody is having any questions? Because the next topic is completely different. Now you know what is the qualification needed and what is RCM, what is medical coding, and how is the salary and how you will get into that job. Any questions? Just ping me, guys, if you have any questions. I'll just pass on for a minute and see if I'm getting any questions.
Hello.
Yes, Nikita.
No, I'm Roshni. This is my sister मोबाइल।
Okay, no problem. Yeah, रोशनी।
जी, हम मेडिकल कोडिंग में कैसे अप्लाई कर सकते हैं? मतलब ग्रेजुएशन होने के बाद भी कंपनी में अप्लाई कर सकते हैं?
Yes. After graduation, for example, what you are pursuing now? What you are doing now? What's your degree?
MSc botany pass out.
Okay, MSc botany pass out in which year?
2021.
2021. So actually you wasted for 1 year. So no problem. You just get into a training institute and take this medical coding course. I think it's a 15 or 30 days of maybe 15 is a crash or 30 days is a normal course. So once you took the course, you directly apply, like you took the course and you're going to apply for the multiple companies, and with this training institute will guide you where is the fresher requirement is there. I currently my in my office we are taking the freshers, right? Where I'm working right now, I'm taking the freshers. I'm not just including my office name, but we are taking freshers. So we are ready to take freshers who are all already trained. So you can take the training session, and once you are okay, like you know what is medical coding and you train, you just apply for the companies. Whatever the company is you are coming across in Google, just apply there. And Rise Institute always help you where is the freshers interviews are going on and where they will send, because they'll have a connection and they'll say like you go there or you apply here, because there's nowadays they are taking like virtual interviews as well if you are not ready to come to Hyderabad. Okay.
In Nasik medical coding company here.
In Nasik. You're asking in Nasik?
Yes.
Okay. I heard like around like 3 to 4 companies there in Nasik, but I'm not sure the exact names. But yes, Nasik, I heard the companies are there. It's a 2 to 3 companies. That's a limited. So the chances of getting the job is little tricky. But if you are get trained and ready, whenever the opportunity is coming, if you're ready, you can grab it. And post this session, even you can call Preethi and ask about this Nasik, because I'll also Google and see whether any companies are there.
We can help you, Roshni.
Okay, Roshni?
Okay.
Okay. But don't worry, like medical coding, if you want to come to medical coding, and what is actually you're looking for now after completing your MSc? Are you looking for any other job opportunities?
Yeah, teaching field I also looking.
Okay, teaching field, if you're interested, yes, you can go to teaching field. But if you're bored about teaching fields and you're not okay with salary, yes, you can opt for medical coding. It's not like something rocket science, because you are already from the science background. You just spend 1 month of time and definitely you'll get a job. And if you're ready to move to any location, it's very easy. Just for initial couple of days if you're ready, because there is work from home jobs in the medical coding. Most of the people are doing work from home, but because you're fresher, they'll not okay for the work from home. So you have to just 6 months or 1 year at least you have to be in office and learn everything. After that you can move to work from home. Clear, Roshni?
Okay.
Okay, done. Any other questions, guys, before we are moving to other slides? Because till here is your career. Whatever we explained till here is a purely transparent career. Once we go to provider and all, that is come something again about like inside medical coding. Any questions, Navya, Jyoti? I don't know who are all here. Okay. So assume there is no questions and I'm moving to next slide. Whom we are working for. Till now, we understand all the stages of this medical coding. And who is the provider now? Because you are working for provider, right? What is mean by provider? Because few people are might not be understanding who is a provider. Nowadays, we are calling like internet cable provider or a dish provider. So these kind of things we are saying, like provider is nothing but a physician. In US, all the doctors, all the MDs, all the physicians, all the ARNPs is called a provider. Provider is nothing but who is giving a treatment. Okay, who is giving a treatment to the patient is called a provider. Individual, how many types of providers we have? So where we are working, individual providers we are working, facility providers we are working. Individual provider is like a physicians. These are all doctors who treat in their own clinics. They'll just put a clinic. You can see normal outside when you're having a fever in India, you'll just go to a clinic instead of going to Apollo, instead of going to a Citizen Hospital or American Oncology. This kind of hospital you will not go. You'll just go to a normal physician, and once physician is confirmed like this is something serious, then only you'll go to a multi-specialty. So that is called a physicians. NPP is like non-physician practitioners. They are not like a physicians, but they will practice under a physician guidance. Okay, recent, you can say like junior doctors in our India. These junior doctors are these NPPs, non-physician practitioners, will take the practice from the physician. Physician is available, but these guys will take like pulse, or they'll treat the patient, and they'll finally go to the MD and say like, this is the treatment plan I mentioned, whether it is correct or not. And group practice. Group practice is kind of Apollo Hospital, Citizen Hospital. It's a group practice, right? All the providers are contracted with the Apollo Hospital, and Apollo Hospital will bill the payments. The particular hospital will pay the providers, and sorry, where I'm okay. A particular hospital will pay to the providers, and insurance company will pay to the hospital. So that is called a group practice. And coming to the facility providers, facility is like a hospital. It's a complete hospital building. It's not like provider building, it's a hospital building. Who are all involved into the hospital, they'll bill as complete hospital. And SNF is a skilled nursing facility. For example, any patients who is having difficulty in taking care of their own belongings or own things, then they will put them into the SNF care. So here the skilled nursing facilities, skilled nurses are available. They'll take care of the patient 24 hours. Home health. Here the patient is treated at his own residence. Okay. For example, you have a family doctor. Whenever you feel, if you are really rich, if you feel like you're not feeling well, you don't want to go to hospital, the doctor will come to you, right? That is called a home health. And hospice. Hospice is it's kind of a hospital setup whom we put the terminally ill patient. For example, a patient is having an ESRD end stage, right? End stage renal disease. Everyday dialysis needed. So is it possible to put them in home and do the analysis, or it's also not possible to put into hospital because the bill is high? So these kind of patient, they will admit into the hospice. There they will take care of all these terminally ill patients. Okay, so that is called an hospice. Why I'm explaining this provider kind of thing is, this is a different work types we are actually going to work in the future. If you are taking a medical coding, like either you will work for the physician, either you will work for the payer, either you will work for a hospital, either you work for a SNF, or you work for hospice. You can go anywhere based on your interest. Okay. Moving down to again ACS, the provider list. ACS is called an ambulatory surgery center. And in a short term, for example, you have a cataract. It's not possible to get it cataract in this age, but your father or your relatives whoever like more than 60 age, maybe they're having a cataract. So you'll go to hospital and they'll remove a cataract. It's a one-day surgery. It's called same-day surgery or ambulatory surgery center. If you are going to code this SDS, you will code these kind of procedures like cataract removal or lens replacement, or any fracture care, just only fracture care. There's no treatment. So these kind of things is called a same-day surgery. It is also called outpatient surgery, same-day surgery, day case, or day surgery. And what is the different roles played by a provider? Who are all the providers in US? They will not only be just one provider. Based on the situation, they will play the different roles. For example, if it's a primary care physician, I'm a specialist, I'm an endo specialist, but there is no other doctor is available. I'll act as a PCP, primary care physician. I'll just go and say like what happened, what's happening with you, and what is like kind of family doctor, you can say. And referring provider. Referring provider is the one who referred a patient to another provider. For example, I'm a doctor 1 and doctor 2 is related to endocrine. I'm a provider who is not sure about his diagnosis because I'm just a general physician. I'll say like just go to endo. That is, I'm a referring provider, and who are taking this service is called a rendering provider. I'm referring to a rendering provider, right? Doctor 1 to doctor 2. So that's a referring and that's a rendering. And specialist, you know, everyone like who are all very specialist in that particular division only, particular what we can say like anatomical body part only, or anatomical system or physiology system. For example, if you want to go to a cardiovascular surgeon, that is called a specialist. For cardiovascular disease, you will not go to a general physician. You definitely go to a specialist. That is called a specialist visit. Again, patients, you know what kind of patients. If you're really, if you just want to go for a headache, it's outpatient. An outpatient doesn't get admitted to hospital and stay for like more than 24 hours a day, 24 hours. If you're staying in 24 hours, that is converted into the inpatient. If only like daytime 23.59 hours you are in hospital, that's called outpatient. And if you're staying more than 1 day, it is called an inpatient. Emergency patient, the difference between outpatient, inpatient, and emergency patient is, for outpatient, you need a proper consultation or proper registration. You will say like, I have some rash in my hand, which is not emergency, so I'll just come tomorrow. That is called an outpatient. If you're admitting to hospital, it's an inpatient. And emergency is something, for example, you cut your finger, right? Do you wait till tomorrow to get the appointment when you're cutting your finger? Because you're bleeding out, right? So this is called an emergency department. You will directly go to hospital without having any appointment. Say like, I cut my finger, and they will take, they'll treat you, they'll suture you, and they'll treat you. That is called an emergency department, because you don't want to take any schedule visit for this. Who is payer? Till now we discussed about the provider. So you are working for provider, you are working at hospital, and you are also working for payer. In India, most of us not working for payer, but yes, few companies are still working for payers. So insurance companies are the payers, because they'll give you the money. They will release the money, right? So they are the payers. How many kind of payers we have? I'm just giving you the basic one, because this is not required in this session, but just to understand where you guys are working. You are working for the provider, you are working for the hospital, you are working for the payer. So Medicare is a government entity, complete government body, Medicaid and Medicaid. So Medicare is like in India, sorry, in Telangana, you can say like Rajiv Gruhakalpa, or anything given by PM Modi is called Medicare. And Medicaid is a Medicare is a PM, coming from PM, right? Coming from our Prime Minister, is called Medicare. It's for everyone, entire India. And Medicaid is like state-wise. It's a government again, but state-wise. For example, here in Telangana, KCR is giving something is called Medicaid. Okay, Medicare is like overall India, in overall US, and Medicaid is for the particular state. TRICARE, it's also called Champas. You know, this is for uniform services, who are all working in the police department, who government police department, who are all working in the maybe like sanitation department, who are all wearing a uniform, is called a uniform services. For them, it is called a Champas. And Champua, this is for the people who are all like martyred or injured, handicapped in the army. So these are all called veteran affairs. Private payers, these are all like federal players. This is for, see, uniform services, they have one insurance. Medicare oral state, oral country, they have one insurance. Medicaid individual state, they have one insurance. And for the veterans, army officers, so they are having one insurance. So these are all the government payers. It's called federal payers. Coming to a private payers, private payers like Blue Cross Blue Shield, auto insurance, workers compensation. And like here we have I don't know what kind of insurance we have here, but yes, these are all the commercial insurance. It's not like a government insurance. Okay. Okay. With that, we are ending all the slides for the medical coding. In fact, with this knowledge, you understand what is a medical coding. Maybe few people even crack the intro as well once you take the training session. Okay. Any questions? Now it's a time to shoot up questions. Any
Yes,
questions on this? Yes.
फीस कितनी होती है मेडिकल कोडिंग की?
Preethi, can you answer that?
Yes, it is 10,000 to 15,000.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes,
And again,
Preethi, you are
10,000.
right. And we are starting new batch from 1st October. Ma. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. And 10,000 to 15,000 is a very, I would say like very basic amount that they are charging. I see like other institutes charging like more than this, but it's very good offer, guys. If you anybody want to take the medical coding, yes, you can take the best session here. Any other questions regarding to medical coding? What is the career? What's the salary? Or how get into the medical coding? What's the educational qualification? What's the opportunities? And where is the companies? What if you want to go to abroad? Everything you can ask here.
Yes, guys, you can come up with questions. So, Sarun, this session is very, very informative. Even I don't know so many things what's going inside this medical coding. So, to be frank, I got tempted to upgrade my career to medical coding. So, very informative session. Guys, if you have any questions, ask here.
Hariharan is recently joined. Hariharan, you have any questions?
Yes, someone is asking. So, from Pratik Chaudhary, so he's asking.
Okay. Okay. Pratik Chaudhary, what actually you're doing currently? You can still message.
B pharmacy last year.
Okay, superb. So you are doing B Pharmacy last year, and if you want to go to abroad, take a hands-on experience in India. Okay, because abroad no one will take freshers, and the only option we have is to get an hands-on experience now itself. Because I don't think you are going to. Maybe you are going to college continuously. It's okay, because most of coders join here even without having the degree. Also, few people are joined. I don't know how they accepted, but yes, because you are in B Pharmacy last year, you take a training session and get the hands-on experience for 2 years. Write certification. Once you get the experience for 6 months, it's very easy to write the certification. This raise institute will tell you like what certification you need to take to go to abroad. Because for example, if you want to go to Abu Dhabi, they will prefer CCS. It's called a CCS certification. And if you want to go to Canada, it's called ICD-10 AM coding. So once you get into the ICD-10 CM coding and you have hands-on experience for at least 1 year and 2 years, you can easily crack the ICD-10 AM examination. This is called Australian modification, and yes, you can go to Canada. The Canada salaries for medical coding is more than IT people.
Yes, we can also hear.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
After BPharm, what should I do? Means how I join the course and how many 15,000 rupees I think. Now, how many days is needed to complete this?
Preethi, what's the course time?
30 days.
30 days, 1 month. So when is your academic year ending? I forgot your name again. When is your academic year ending?
It's
Pratik,
Pratik
right?
Chaudhary.
Okay.
24.
2024, what's a month?
Approximately June, July.
Okay, June, July. Okay, 24 June, July. It's done, right?
No, we are into 23.
Okay, 23. Okay. So no problem. You take a session now. And are you going to college every day? Just curious.
Yes. Our college is compulsory.
Okay, okay, no problem. Because most of the B Pharmacy and M Pharmacy candidates not even going to college, and they're just doing work here. Okay, no problem. So what you will do is, if you are interested to take a session, take in this year, or if you're interested to take a session after your B Pharmacy, you can take it as the next year. The reason why I'm asking to take here now, because once you when you're taking the session, you can easily correlate like what is your studying and what is the training. Because your study itself, you're training here. If you know like what to focus more, you can focus in your this academic year only. So that will be an added advantage for you.
यस सर, लेकिन कॉलेज कंटिन्यू होने की वजह से ज्वाइन नहीं कर सकते. लेकिन अगर मैंने नेक्स्ट ईयर किया तो मतलब क्या, मतलब जुलाई सितंबर अगस्त सितंबर में करना पड़ेगा?
Yeah, no problem. You can come, because the only reason why I asked you to come now is you will get an idea where to focus. That's it. And I think Preethi is Preethi, we have the virtual sessions as well, right?
Yes, all are online coaching. It is online
Okay.
coaching. Rice Trainings provides online coaching on medical coding, and we have an excellent medical trainer here, medical coding trainer here who has 10 plus of experience. So yes, we
Right.
can happily accept.
And how about like, do we have weekday session, weekend session as well?
No, usually these are weekend is off for us, but some students, especially who are having these classes, or someone who is working somewhere, asks us. So we do take these weekend sessions also.
Okay. Okay, Pratik, you're clear?
Someone is asking.
Right. Sirisha is asking a question like, if you have experience for 2 years, can we apply directly for job in abroad like Australia, Canada, etc., and how we can apply for that? Okay. So once you get an experience, again I explained before, once you get an hands-on experience for 2 years in India into multiple specialties, you need to write a certification from the Canada. That is called like CPC MA something. So it's a kind of different modification. Here we have international classification disease 10th version clinical modification, right? The same scenario, same kind of book is there in the Australia and Canada, which is called Australian modification. We will say it as a CM clinical modification, but they will have a different kind of version called Australian modification. So once you get on CM hands-on experience, it's similar, like 90% of the similar, but you need to crack their exam, their assessment. Okay, yes, once you get it certified, you will just look for the jobs in LinkedIn or look for the jobs from the consultation, because going to abroad is mostly happening through consultations. Even though you are very well experienced, you are certified, they're not going to offer you visa for the security purpose. So you have to get a consultancy. There's a lot of consultancies is there for the medical coding. Even Singapore also there. You miss Singapore, but yes, Singapore also very good opportunities, and Abu Dhabi is also having very good opportunities. And you have to crack their assessment and you can go there. And I can give you like live example, right? One of entire my team, we are 12 members and 10 members went to abroad and they settled for almost 10 years. In my second year of career, they went there and they settled there. They brought like homes, apartments, because apartment is cheaper than it's like same kind of price in Hyderabad also. You need to spend 1 crore here and you need to spend same 1 crore there to get an apartment. So they settle there literally in a medical coding, because here medical coding is something we will do it in a different organizations, like we need to put a setup. But if you go to abroad, if you go to Abu Dhabi, if you go to Canada, Australia, Singapore, you need to sit with a provider and do the medical coding. You need to sit it in a hospital and you do the medical coding. It's a kind of live medical coding. There is no more separate offices, because providers are there, we are here. That's the reason we are establishing companies and doing. But if you are going there, you need to work in hospital only. You will have a designated place in the down floor or anywhere, and there you will get all the medical records, and in live you will code. That's the only difference.
Yes,
Clear,
guys.
Sirisha?
Anyone has any other questions, you can ask here. Otherwise, or you can just say.
Okay, good.
Thank you so much, Sarun. This is very much informative. More than we are asking.
Thank you so much, Preethi. Thank you, everyone. Just choose your career
And,
like a pro.
Sarun, could you drop your feedback form here?
Sure. Just give me a minute.
Yes. Guys, fill up this feedback form and we value your feedback. You are no right?
Yes, guys, if you really like this and if you feel like you learn something, please fill up these forms. Where is this form? Come on. I don't know. Okay, got it. Guys, I just sent a link. Please open the link and give your update. My LinkedIn ID, yeah, sure. Where is my LinkedIn ID? Here you go. Okay, any questions, guys? Any more questions? You're welcome, Shirisha.
Yes. Thank you, Sarun.
Okay, thank you, Preethi. Thank you, Kiran, for the wonderful opportunity. And thank you, everyone. I'm just dropping the call. Bye-bye.
Guys, that was session regarding medical coding. Now we have another exciting session, that is reviewing of our writing, of your resumes. So I hope you brought your resumes here. So Reshma,
Yeah, hi,
is,
ma'am. Yes.
yes, Reshma. So Reshma is our senior most employee in Rise Training. She is a BTech graduate, and also she is looking after this resume. She's expert in this resume preparation and resume reviewing. So now you can share your resumes here, and she can discuss it with you. She can review and discuss. So
Yeah.
who is sharing first? So who is
Yeah,
sharing?
no problem. We will do the review at the end. Firstly, we will see what in resume what actually look like. So thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for the intro. Hope my screen is visible to you all now. Yeah. Is my screen is visible?
Yes, Reshma, your screen is visible.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. As ma'am has introduced, I am Reshma Shaik. I am one of the coordinator in RISE trainings, having fine experience in resume writing, resume building. So today we are going to cover how a resume actually have to be prepared. So before that, I would like to thank you all for joining this conference. We know that today is Sunday, it's a holiday, but you all have attended this conference to learn something new and to improve your skills, which is really appreciable. So thank you so much. Now we will see what is resume preparation tips and tricks. So in this, we are going to cover about what is the definition, I mean, what is actually a resume, why the resume is important, what are the do's and don'ts in a resume, and how a fresher resume have to be looked, and how a experienced resume have to be looked. And at the end, I'll show you the simple and decent layout for the resume that you can also use. And at the last, we'll also share some of the best apps to prepare a resume. Okay, so firstly, what is a resume? We all know that what a resume is. It is like a formal document which gives a recruiter detailed information about us, about our educations, our professional skills and experience. Like, like it is the first piece of documents that is going to produce, I mean, which is processed while applying for the job. It acts like an intermediate between the applicant and the recruiter, right? It will share all our details on behalf of us to the recruiters. So we can say it is like a written marketing tool to apply for the specific job. So why the resume is important? So after completing our graduations to apply for the job, what we all need is a resume. It's a basic resume to apply for the job. This is what we have to need. So it will create a first impression to the recruiters. We all say that we know this, right? The first impression is the best impression. So we have to make sure that our resume good looks and it is quite acceptable for the recruiters. Since the competition is high in the market, we have to make sure that our resume is attention grabbing and offer letter winning resume. Okay. So what are the do's and don'ts in a resume? So firstly, we have to mention our identification, like basic identification, like names, mobile numbers, like reachable mobile numbers. Also some professional email addresses. So most of the people I have seen, they use a silly email addresses, like unrelatable. So make sure that we have to use a professional email addresses. Also, we have to mention clearly about our career objective. And then we have to mention our educational details. In that, we have to mention our year of passed out, our percentage that we have got in our academics. And we also have to mention our professional skills Also, we have to mention some certifications if we have done our project works, academic projects, we all have to, right? So make sure that we have mentioned everything in that. So what we do not have to mention, like we shouldn't mention some irrelevant experience, which is not suitable for the current job description. So make sure that your profile is suitable for the job description that you're going to apply for. Okay, so do not mention any random or unrelated hobbies. And make sure that you are not going to use any negative phrases in your resume because it may impact on your selection. Also, for any fresher resume, it should not be more than 2 pages. But for experienced, we can expect 3 or 4 pages because they have some fine experience, right? So for freshers, it should be less than 2. So for fresher resume, how it have to be look like? What are the things that we have to consider in a fresher resume? Means we can say that since the fresher is a recent graduate, so we have to mention that university graduation details. If any experience, if they have, we can mention, or else it's okay. No need to mention any work experience because it's a fresher resume. So it have to emphasize your skills and abilities to make up for lack of the experiences with the professional skills. When prospective employees review such resumes, they'll consider your strength can make you to the right fit for the job. So we have to make sure that we have mentioned the fine professional skills that help us to get a job. So what are the things that have to be considered? I mean, we have to mention in a fresher resume. Like there are few points that I'm going to share. I mean, I'm going to discuss now. We have to be on a point. Fresher resume looking for the first job, it have to be, I mean, it need to be like convincing than a normal resume. It need to be apt, have to contain the fine layout. It gives have maximum information using the minimum words. A unstructured or a wrong layout is not going to help you to get shortlisted. So you have to make sure that you have used the fine layout. Also, you have to remember the resume headlines. The fresher resume should always have a unique resume headlines which are aligned with the job responsibilities expected in an ideal candidate from the recruiters. You have to highlight your key skills in belief, let the recruiter know that why they have to choose you for the great fit for this position. Okay. So also before applying, you need to understand the job description also. The most common mistake that we all do is we create only a single resume and we will apply for all job openings. For example, there is an opening for what is a medical writing job and you have applied with the pharmacovigilance skills. You think they are going to consider your profile? No, right? Because the job opening is for medical writing skills, but you have applied with pharmacovigilance skills. So there's a chance that they do not consider your resume. So before applying, you have to make sure that you understand the job description for the position you have applied. Okay. Also, you have to make sure you have used a structured format. For fresher resume format, usually don't have too much professional experience, but they have to mention the skills strongly. Also, you have to use your words correctly. You need to check the grammar correctly. Wrong grammar in any professional environment is not at all acceptable. So you have to recheck again before applying for the job, whether it is grammatically correct or not. Also, we have to reread the job description. We have to make a note of keywords and key phrases the companies included in the job description. And we have to use these to highlight your skills in the resume. These skills should be relevant to the job that you are applying for, right? Also, we can also include our social media accounts like LinkedIn, so that the professionals can have more information about you, about your job experience or your education. So also we have to list our soft skills and hard skills. Like we have to highlight our communications or interpersonal or conflict management skills for the customer services role. And if you are applying for the technical role, you have to mention your masters in coding or different programming languages. Okay, so you have to highlight your skills properly. If you have any simple, intern experience in any other company, you can also mention that. And if you have done any other relevant projects related to the job opening, you can also mention that. So these are the few things that you keep in mind before building your resume. Okay. At the end, you have to mention like you are willing to learn new skills, because in this emerging technology, the technologies are changing yourself. Yeah, in this emerging technologies are changing the way companies do businesses, and that's why employees are increasingly on the outlook for candidates who are willing to learn new skills, are fast learners. So we have to highlight this thing that you are willing to learn new skills and you are a fast learner. So these are the basic points that you have to remember while building your resume. And for experience, when we come to experience profile, we have to make sure that the candidate have mentioned their relevant work experience, and they have mentioned their roles and responsibilities, and on what technologies they have worked on in that previous job. And if they do any certifications, we also have to mention that, and what are the skills they have learned in their job. So these are the points that they have to consider mainly. They have to mention in their resume mainly for experienced candidates. So I have taken one sample, simple layout for freshers resume. So this is the simple one that you can use. Here you can mention your name and designation, your mobile address must be a metro city address, and your email address, the job objective, career objective, and the experience if you have any. Otherwise, you can fill up with this certifications and your projects, and then the education details, the skills, and the hobbies. So this is a simple layout that you can use for freshers resume. So here are the few apps that I have collected for you to prepare your resume, which is the Resume Star Pro CV Maker, Resume Builder Professional, Resume Built by Nobody, Resume Builder, Resume Creator, Aristo's Resume Builder, Resume Genius, and Resume Makers. And there are many more apps, but these are the few apps that you can use to build your resume. Okay, so from the participants, are anyone are going to share your resume? We will do the live reviewing here. If anyone are interested to share your resume, we do the
team. Yeah, students, please share your resume. Reshma madam will give you your resume lively, and she will share her valuable feedback here. And consider this is an golden opportunity, because normally we do it as a paid services and we do it for our students. But we want to give value back for our webinar and conference participants also. Directly share in our group. Reshma madam will present on the screen and she will share your feedback. Thank you, Reshma, Preethi, and the trainers who are engaging since morning. So it is Sunday, and we understand your passion towards new learning and career planning. Definitely, each and every single participant, whoever are attending these kind of conferences on weekends or on your learning time, definitely they are going to stay ahead of this crowd and stay ahead of this competition. Reshma, is anyone sharing resume for our review?
Yeah,
Are you
Munisha,
receiving them?
you mentioned, right? So did you plant your resume? Can you share it here?
मॅम रिझ्यूम शेअर करायचा आहे का?
Yeah, please share it now. We will give you live feedback. We have 10 more minutes. I'll start my session from 12:30, Preethi, Sudha, madam. Is that okay, right?
Yes, after this resume review, we can immediately start.
Yeah, we'll give 11 more minutes for Reshma, madam. Let her complete the review part. And she have prepared around 600 plus resumes, and she is having very good experience in that. And yeah, she knows the right skills and right formats of the resume. And post, I could see Vinay's resume we have received. He's from nursing background. Reshma, please pull out Vinay's resume. We'll review it lively for him. Roshni, you also can share your resume, ma.
Have they shared in the group? Because I couldn't find.
No, I think we have shared in group, Reshma. In our group only, conference group, I think.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Yeah, please. If you're reviewing one resume also,
Yes.
that's good, really
Yes,
good.
yes. I will see. Yes, I have received. Give me a minute. I will share the screen. Yeah. Hope a screen is visible now. Yeah, thank you, Vinay. Thank you so much for sharing. So I could see you have mentioned your name, your designation, mail and mobile, objective, work experience, academic, personal strength, personal profile, leverage. Fine, Vinay. Yeah, your resume is quite good, but it need a few minute changes only. But your resume is quite good. So what you have to do is you have to mention your qualification next to your name. Okay, so Vinay Sundar P and your qualification is BSc nursing. So Vinay, just mention your qualification next to your name. Okay. And then in the mobile number, don't forget to add the country codes before the mobile number. Since you have fine work experience, so don't forget to mention your roles and responsibilities also. You have worked from so-and-so duration and you have worked as a staff nurse. So mention 3 or 4 points at least about your roles and responsibilities, day-to-day activities of your job.
Exactly, Reshma. You need to highlight that.
And in academic details, yeah, it's quite good. You have mentioned everything like the period, the percentage, college. Yeah, it's fine. And if you have done any certifications from any institute, you can also add those things in your academic details. If not, it's fine. So when it comes to personal strength, adding 3 points is quite good. Instead of adding 5 to 10 points as personal strength, it's better to add 3 to 4 points. Just customize this to 3 to 4 points. Highlight only few terms. Okay.
Just
So no need to
merging them is also fine.
Yeah, it's fine. And in personal details, I don't think gender or religion, nationality, these are important, but you have mentioned it. So kindly avoid them. And when it comes to personal address, it's better to mention any metro city address instead of your local address. So it's not mandatory to mention only permanent address. It's fine to add any present address as your metro city address. Okay, so it will create an impression for the recruiters like this candidate is available in metro city. So use any metro city addresses instead of your personal permanent address. Okay, so these are only few minute changes required. Otherwise, your resume is quite good, and you can use a better template also to make it look attractive and make it look very professional.
And
yes, Vinay?
he can add his photo also, Reshma.
Yeah, you can also add your photo.
That was very detailed review, Reshma. Good job.
To make look it more professional, you can also add your photo.
Yeah, I think she can take one more resume. If you're anyone are quick, you can share your resume. She's doing a pretty good job for you guys. Please share your resume now itself. Ayesha, Madhulata, Pratik, Romita, and Shrikant, Kishore, anyone, quickly share your resume on WhatsApp. We want to Dhyaneshwari, and we want to give you a quick feedback so that you are preparing offer letter winning resumes. Snehal, everyone, please understand this is for your goodness only. We are keeping it, right? Yeah. If not anything, yeah, we can go ahead, right, Preethi?
Give them 1 more minute. Just see if anyone is adding.
Yeah, sure.
That's we can give you another 1 more minute, 1 or 2 minutes.
Reshma, would you like to add anything on our resume services or our courses? Anything would do. And Reshma would be our operations lead and our admin lead for a admissions part, courses part, everything. She would be our point of contact. And for career guidance thing, our training manager, Preethi Sudha madam will be your point of contact. And for CSV activities and CSV learnings, you always can reach out to me and Hema Sharma madam. And anyone can learn anything, and we are open for make sure that pharmacy profession is traveling in the right direction in healthcare IT careers, friends. Please make sure that this platform, this career growth conference, domain, website, everything is created for you. It's not for rice trainings. This platform is created for you so that you are coming to this platform, knowing the importance of this careers. From there, you are paying a path for your career. It's not for rice trainings. It can be a lead generation or it can be an awareness creating session for us. But this platform, this website is created by Reshma madam. She is a web designer and a web developer as well for us. She is the one who have done everything for you. And we must appreciate her sincere efforts, the whole journey of Career Growth Conference. Thank you, Reshma, once again. Preethi Sudha, I don't think we are getting any further requests, but that resume is, yeah, please go ahead. Would you make me present Reshma?
Yeah, sir, you can, I guess.
Shall I start sharing, ma?
Yeah, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for your sincere learning from morning 9 o'clock. We understand how busy you are there. And yeah, we want to give you the value back. Today we are launching this ebook on healthcare IT careers and planning. Earlier we used to say it's pharma IT. Preetam, we have a 10 plus years experience pharmacovigilance professional also here. Earlier I was a bit partial, saying that only pharma. But we want to have a broader approach for all healthcare IT professionals, saying that let us take it through a broad umbrella. This slide contains some more informative topics which morning Preethi Sudha madam have covered. but I'll skim through those slides a bit fast. And this ebook is a gift for all webinar participants, and we will circulate it in WhatsApp. We will send it through emails. Believe me, if you take a printout of this ebook, which is just 10 pages, hardly it would cost you 15 to 20 rupees at your nearby Xerox shop. And if you take out printout and use it as your career guide, definitely this is going to pay a path for you. Okay. Always remember that why Kiran sir have written this ebook. As the morning Preethi Sudha madam have told, I was having around 15 years of experience. I was traveling across my career for 5 to 6 learnings. I have taken a clinical research course. Then I have joined a drug safety job. After drug safety job, I have been attracted towards digital marketing, domaining, affiliate marketing, digital coaching. Now I'm a speaker, coach, and entrepreneur at Rise Trainings. I'm the one who is leading my wonderful team at Rise Trainings. My core team, we've already introduced Preethi Sudha madam and Reshma Shaik madam, and we have one more designer with us. She is Sri Lekha. She is also doing wonderful job for us. I would like to dedicate this ebook to my team, and that's where I have said that career planning guide and Rise Trainings by team. And this guide will definitely help you to get the job in 100 days. It's not joke, friends. A lot of our your seniors and juniors or your friends utilize these kind of steps and methods at Rise Trainings. Initially, I was thinking that you can get job in 9 months, 3 months coaching, 3 months preparation, and 3 months job search. But I felt that 9 months was a huge period, right? Now I have decided that why can't it be 100 days plan? 30 days coaching, 30 days job search, and 30 days interview preparation are going to job search. Honestly speaking, if market is really good, if market is having right openings, definitely you'll get job in 100 days. It's not a myth or marketing gimmick, friends. It was working, it will work if you follow this guide and take a printout of it. Having said that, we have released this unofficially with our team yesterday, but this is being an official launch on online. This was the presentation which I was telling around 25 plus pharmacy colleges across India. Around 25 plus pharmacy colleges I visited in Nellore, Tirupati, Kurnool, Chittoor, Guntur, Vijayawada. Everywhere I'm going there and I'm going to present this offline. But for the first time, we are presenting this ebook in the format of an online. It's very handy. This will be there in your mobile. In this ebook, I would like to cover 3 things here. First thing is already madam have covered it. She have done great job on this. I don't want to stress on this. Before lunch, I want to make sure that you are getting right mindset and right skill for your specific soft skills. If I say it is what are all the problems faced, it's not just 5. 5 is the page number here. Around 12 problems are there. You might ask, out of my 15 years of journey, I have been closely observing freshers, and whenever I visit these pharmacy colleges, we get around 100 plus leads. I talk to them. They always say that their problems. After speaking to around 10,000 plus students offline, I have written this thing. And I have told the problems, and it's my responsibility to tell you to do the job search also. Problems we are telling, and being a coach and mentors in this area, it's our responsibility to make sure that we are showing you the not just darkness. We are pathfinders or torch bearers here. It's our responsibility to show you the jobs, how to do job search also. No one is going to help you. They simply say that LinkedIn profile karo, LinkedIn profile update karo, senior ka reference de do, and there is no need of coaching also. There are a lot of negative trend also going on across India. Honestly speaking, out for this 2000 colleges, there are not even 10% of institutes are there like Rise Trainings. Hardly 100 plus institutes are there. That means less than 5% institutes are there trying to help with India's biggest problem. That is nothing but unemployment. I'll tell you these 12 problems. We will definitely discuss on best ways of doing job search. How should we do? And what are all the best methods of preparing for interview? Definitely we have identified, we have cracked the code at Rise Trainings. how to prepare for interview. Even for rice training students who are paying me 15,000, 20,000 rupees also, I'm giving the same tips. Even for 99 rupees also, we are giving the same value, because you might be our prospective student, you might be our future student. But we want to give the value back for the students for spending time with us over a weekend. And what next for with this guide, and what's the conclusion, and what's the contact us part? Yes, this is my experience and everything, and I would like to share like a summary. Yeah, I worked with these companies, MNCs, for more than 13 plus years, and past 2 years I'm completely taking the charge and responsibilities and taking the front lead of rice trainings. If you see these companies, nowhere you'll find any core pharma company. In 2008 itself, I have went to multinational companies like Tech Mahindra. It was only Satyam at that point of time. Earlier, it was Synology. And I worked in these companies for more than 13 plus years, juniors. And during my corporate journey, more than a decade, I used to visit these pharmacy colleges out of curiosity, because whenever you visit colleges, even you feel like a student, right? I want to be always student, always learning. And I always want to be at around 22 or 25 always. The best way is go and talk to a B.Pharm student. You also feel like very young at your mindset, and you feel like young at heart also. Always, when I talk to juniors, they were telling that there is no career guidance, there is no proper institute, and there were institutes when we were launching rice trainings in 2018. Before launching rice trainings, I was a consultant, I was a coach at companies. I used to forward resumes. I used to forward around 100 plus resumes during this conferences or during these companies. What happened was 100 students or 100 professionals got placed, but they used to approach me after 1 year again for job reference or preferences. While I was forwarding these resumes to all these companies, what I identified was few are not getting selected, few are getting selected. What was the difference? Any guesses, Preethi? Because few are trained, few are prepared for interviews. That gap I identified. Second gap, what I identified was, though they were trained, they were not prepared by their institutes well, and they were not taking the ownership of placements. Now you got why the rice trainings was born. By the time in 2008, while we were launching, how many institutes were there, ma? Nearly 60 plus institutes were there. In this 4.5 year journey, I could see last 6 months or last 1.5, 2 years, 40 more or 20 more companies have gone. That means hardly 100 plus institutes are trying to help how many pharmacy colleges? Sudha madam? More than 2,000 people, students who are passing out without hope, without career, every year. And how did we build rice trainings? What are the 3 core pillars, Reshma? We want to bridge 3 pillars. We want to get the best students with academic excellence. We want to bridge their career aspirations along with healthcare, IT industry experts. This is there, and we have 2 programs. We don't want to boost out our rice trainings here. And this is what our purpose of launching an ebook. What did we do? 40 plus seminars we have conducted, might be 50 plus, 130 plus webinars. Me and Preethi, Sudha madam, and Reshma madam, and Srilekha have conducted past 4 years. Every weekend we have a habit of conducting webinars. And we thought that why don't we bring it in a book format, saying that ebook will definitely help you. Pharmacy, dental, nursing, and medical, and every background here for career transformation. It's not just information, guys. Most of the people say when I give session, that it was very session, was very good, very informative, very clear. It's not just information. Honestly, these are all career transformation sessions. Normally in B.Pharm, I have visited my college during industry visits. I have visited a CRO. Visiting that particular CRO has transformed my career. Who knows, by attending this conference for just 99 rupees, you are paying a path for your healthcare IT career. If you don't attend, what will happen? What's going to happen if you don't attend these careers? Traditionally, what are you going to do? Traditional job again. Yes or no? You will go and join as a medical rep. You will go and join as a nearby MedPlus. You will go and join as a production associate in Hetero or Arabindo, which happens in campuses. Divis laboratory comes, Hetero laboratory comes, Arabindo laboratory comes to your campus, and you think that, yeah, it's really good for me. Yeah. Don't you think if you don't come to this conference, this is going to happen or not? Madhulata, will this happen or not? Pallavi Priya, Romita, what will happen if you don't come for these kind of conferences? Traditionally, you will go and you will go into traditional jobs, right? As Preethi madam have done a great job on these two parts, I don't want to stress more on this. How is it? Trending. You also should be trending like an Instagram reel, or are we in a Doordarshan era now? Which era are we now, friends? Can you tell me? Snehal, Srikanth, Kishore, Sirisha, which era are we now? Trending Instagram reel or old Doordarshan fashion mode? These are all trending career. You are the trendsetters. You are the future torch bearers for your institute. You are the path breaker. You are the trendsetter. You are the torch bearer for your future professions. I have done the same thing in 2008. I am requesting my brothers and sisters also to do the trending job profiles. If Sirisha is in these kind of careers, trust me, their juniors and friends also will look her as a role model or not. Sirisha. Definitely this is going to happen. We want to create that positive trend towards path breaking careers. Madam have already told this for you. Already you have different benefits. But what I have done is to make it appealing. We have added some emojis and these things here. Definitely, let's more discuss on the rest of the two things. Problems, solutions, and interview preparation. Most of the students say we don't have awareness. Yes, you don't have. But what is the purpose colleges and Kiran sir is continuously conducting these seminars and webinars? You say lack of guidance. We are ready to give you. We are asking you, giving you time and saying that, guys, please ask, please ask, please ask. Good that we have received 5 to 6 doubts from morning, which is really good. We much appreciated. And guidance you don't have, we are there to guide you. And you have a lot of confusion. Okay. Which profile to choose, what to choose. Because Kiran sir says pharmacovigilance, other institute says clinical SAS, medical coding institute comes and says that take medical coding. But don't get confused. As morning Preethi madam says, which job is really good means there are three to four aspects while you are measuring that job. First thing is it should be decently paid job. Opening should be available, and you should have references also. You should have domain knowledge also. Basically, jobs should be available, but rice trainings, we are really honest, and we don't encourage clinical SAS or CDM at regulatory affairs at rice trainings. So we can make money through that courses. We don't encourage. Only reason is the number of jobs are less available there. That's where we feel that we should not officially cheat students by giving these kind of courses. We can give courses. Giving courses is not a problem or challenge here. I can sell those courses also. But you should have clarity. Which job profile should I choose? Will that give me job or not? Will openings will be available or not? Since morning, we are seeing that how should I enter into PV? How should I enter into medical coding? Very simple. Choose any good institute and take a guidance, take a reference. Ultimate outcome should be getting into the job. Here comes the fourth question. Should you join any institute or any job search on? How should you do this? How are we planning our Sunday biryani? How are we planning our any movie? Very simple, right? We go to Google or we go to Book My Show and book the ticket or whatever it is. For Zomato, we see reviews. In the same format, what are we supposed to do? We have to go to Google and verify whether this institute is good or bad, first thing. Second thing is what you're supposed to do. You have to validate whether this is good or not. How will you see this is good or not? By reviews, by talking to your seniors, by connecting to industry professionals like us. And you believe it or not, recently at Rise Trainings we have done first kind of this video. No other coaching center will do, or no other professional will do that. All kinds of fakes are there, which is done by these institutes, which is done by these coaching centers, which is done by these consultants. You might ask, sir, you are also running these institutes. Why did you make that video? But my voice and my team voice is always for beneficial and always good for students only. But we want to make sure that we don't want to fall into that frauds, but we want to make sure that students are not getting into such kind of frauds. Okay. If anyone is requiring that video, even after the sessions or end of the evening, if you are asking me personally, I'll share that video. It's there in our YouTube channel also, friends. We have a lot of content loading for you. Understand, you have to verify. First, you said that you did not have awareness. From root level, I'm coming, friends. You want to, you can write it, and however, I'll send you this PDF for you. Understand, proper guidance is missing. Should you join an institute? And comes here the pack of courses being sold from a lot of institutes. Why are they selling pack of courses? Even we are completely against pack of courses. We don't want to sell 6, 5, 4. And recently I could see one of the institute, they have launched a universal course. What it is? Universal course with 10 courses even. But genuinely you tell me, do we need those many courses? Don't you think they are overburden for you, for small minds or small brains who have completed a B Pharm with 35, 45 subjects, who have continuously read for 40 subjects for 4 long years? Even the pathetic situation is for PharmD students. They read for 6 years subjects like doctors, and they come out, and by the time they come out from institute, they say that take the six pack course, or it's just like a body 6-pack. They sell these courses, and you have to understand at Rise Trainings, we encourage you to take one course or maximum 3 courses, not beyond, not at all needed. And we don't encourage any other student to take multiple courses at Rise Trainings. We encourage to take 1, 2, or maximum 3 out of their interest. And what is the 6th biggest problem faced by students? Having interview fear, having nervousness. Seriously, believe me, trust me. One of our students have fallen down during his interview, and he was not able to wake up immediately. He lost his consciousness. He was a male PharmD student. Opportunity was provided by us for cognizant interview. This was happened in 2019. Obviously, it will happen for either boy or girl, right? What happens here? He have lost his conscious. Obviously, everyone will have fear. And what is the biggest problem? Resume preparation. If you see this conference also, this was designed with the domain skills along with your problem solving skills also. That's why we have requested Reshma to give her expertise for 20 on resume preparation. Now, by this time, you have got some idea how to prepare a good resume. Job search information also is a problem for you guys. And references also is a good problem. Communication skills, time management, and moral support. How many of you think our parents, our best friends will support us during this job search tough times? Do you believe they will support us? If you have such supporting friends, I will appreciate for you. But what happens sometimes? We don't receive such kind of support while we are in struggles. Do you think we will receive? Definitely no. Sometimes we don't receive them. What happens here? We miss that moral support. How many of you think Kiran sir have rightly covered all of the problems faced by freshers? Would you like to add anything here? Please add your valuable points. Vinay, Madhulata, Nikita, Preetam. Preetam, would you like to add any point with all your decade of experience, brother? Did I cover everything?
Hi, Kiran. Thank you. Yeah, you have covered almost everything.
Yeah. Don't worry, we'll share the PDF also with you, Preetham, and you can revisit it. We want to update one more PDF, version 2. Version 2, we want to launch it in next version of Career Growth Conference. If you observe it, we are bringing you from root cause, root cause to your journey of job search. You're doing job search, you're not getting right references, you're not getting job with right communication skills. Always remember, if you want to get job, 4 things should be learned. First thing is, you have to complete your B.Pharm or M.Pharm or Pharm D. You have to learn domain knowledge like medical coding basics or vigilance basics. You can learn it from YouTube or any sources also. But the certifications are asked by these companies. That is second part. Third part is good communication skills. Fourth part is good references. Without reference, do you think you are going to get job? Definitely no. Even I approached 25 plus pharmacy colleges across Andhra Pradesh, across India, only through good references. If I don't have good references, even college watchman is not going to open door for me. If that is the situation at colleges, situation at companies, do you think without reference, will they be able to enter offices?
No.
Without call letter, without reference, unless until it is a open walk-in.
Yeah, open walk-in.
Anyone can walk in. If it is a scheduled interview, it's a referral walk-in. If it is a inside hiring, no one knows. Even LinkedIn doesn't
no one
know.
knows. Yeah.
It is inside hiring, no one knows. If they want 2 people, 3 people, they will call their friends or they'll call their team leads and they'll close it internally. And if it is an open walk-in, any can walk in through Naukri. If it is a scheduled walk-in, if you have a scheduled letter, if you have a scheduled offer, this one interview letter, then only watchman will open door. And referral walk-in also will happen through personal referrals. Because don't think that it's that easy. That easy. If it's that easy getting job without training or without reference, why these 100 plus training institutes are trying to help out 2000 plus pharmacy colleges? No? Please understand, these are all 12 problems. I don't know, I might hear 12 more problems during my journey in next 5 to 10 years of this career growth journey. But these are all valid points. Everyone are confused. One more institute will come and say that I'm going to sell you 4 courses for 21,000. You are attracted and joining there. But what about the placement assistance? Are they going to provide you? This thing will clarify you. Go to their website, check out placements, Google reviews, do their everything, because you are not supposed to pay to price trainings also without clarifying all your doubts. Okay, I think we are going in the right direction now because it's getting time for lunch. What are the best ways of doing job search? I told you 12 problems. My first solution is taking institute and take right reference. We are trying to refer all of our students. Sometimes it's possible, sometimes it's not possible due to dryness of the market. And through college seniors, if you are able to do it, if your seniors are helping and supportive, and if you have very good alumni connect. And what is the fourth way? College faculty. If your college faculties are helpful, and if they are having industry connects, and ask them. They might be your project guide, they might be your mentor they might be your class teacher for 4 long years, right? Ask them and take help from them, and make sure that you are receiving right support from your colleges also. Having said that, most of the students are, including me, we waste a lot of time on watching binge watch on Netflix and Prime Video and OTT platforms. And we also waste a lot of time on Facebook Reels and Instagram Reels. And we waste time by watching other statuses also. We should be in a position that if we are keeping status, a lot of people should view. We should not be in a position, we should be having a lot of time, we should not be having a lot of time. And we should not be in a position to watch other statuses. Be in a position that make a professional connect. If you see on LinkedIn also, stay connected on LinkedIn. Avoid using Instagram or Threads or Facebook for a few days until you will get job. Make sure that you are wisely using this. And company portals also, even I was thinking that company portals uploading job would not help you, but going to these kind of job portals will help you definitely for uploading jobs, and you also will get jobs faster. And upload updated resume in job portals like Naukri Monster also doing great job. But what happened is LinkedIn has wiped out and disrupted everything. Even we are not getting the job search information, even be it IKEA, be it Teva, whatever the companies, M.Sc companies are hiring, HRs are simply posting on LinkedIn and they're getting thousands of resumes. Even I think a month or 3 weeks back, Hyderabad MSN Laboratories had 6 openings. Nearly 400 students have attended it. They ended up taking in 6 months or 1 year experienced people. Initially, they have posted that it is an walk-in interview for freshers, but later they have ended up in hiring experienced people. That means when I attended my first job interview in 2008 September, I have seen an offer letter recently while I was searching for bank documents. I have seen my offer letter. I have recollected my first initial days. Around 52 people attended. Around 17 people attended that conference. What happened was 17 people got jobs. How many? 17 people. That point of time before 15 years back, what was the competition? 1:3. What was that? 1:3. Now for one job, 100 students are trying, which is still good when we compare that competition towards a government job. For government jobs, what would be the competition? Preethi, madam, don't you think 50,000 students will try for one single government job? Or even 1 lakh, right?
Yes. Yes, sir.
It is more than that, right? If suppose 10 bank jobs are there, don't we see 5 lakh applications going on? Preetam? Suppose suddenly.
Yeah. Well, for a single job, entry level and those kind of jobs, the ratio is around 1:200. For one job, 200. For one application, 200, 2,000. Sometimes it goes to lakhs also. Yeah, true.
Yeah, don't bother about the competition. Competition is there everywhere. Survival, it is there. Job search, it is there. Even in relationships, it's there. Everywhere competition is there. Don't bother about the competition. Choose the right mentors like Rise Trainings and see how much deep we are going. Join in relevant WhatsApp groups. Take mentorship with me or Preethi madam or Preetham Sinha sir or Hema Sharma madam. Anyone who got connected on LinkedIn will guide you in a better way. Okay, on a professional.
Just certain thing came into my mind as you're going through.
Go ahead.
While creating your resume nowadays, you get lot of AI generated tools, which you can wholeheartedly use out in free of cost to generate your resume in a proper format. One being Teal HQ, where you can gradually make your resume and make your resume ATS friendly, make your resume readable friendly. So those tools, why should we use the technology, right? Or why we keep on thinking on how to create a resume? Take the help of the technology and keep yourself updated with the technology and help. Take the help of technology. Just to say, as is going through, just came into my mind. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Please use artificial intelligence tools and use ChatGPT and get the right skills. But even after everything is doing there and taking our help, and show it to a mentor, show it to a senior person like me, or take Reshma madam help and say that whether it is good or not. Because one shirt size doesn't fit for all hirings, as Reshma madam highlighted in her resume preparation session. If you are going for a clinical research job, how will a pharmacovigilance resume will fit? If you are trying a teaching job, how will a academic resume will fit? And job consultation, we also do at Rise Trainings, but depends upon marketing and depending upon the person we know. We don't directly go and say in marketing that I'm doing job consultation, pay me 5,000, 10,000, I'll show you job. It doesn't do that, but we do it through recruiting best. Whoever are trusting us, say that, sir, I know your profile, and I know that you can help me. But we pick profiles who are already trained. Say that who are already trained from another institute, and that institute is not taking care of them. Then they'll come to us. They'll take paid job consultation. And this year also we were able to show 2 jobs for 3 to 4 candidates through our paid job consultation. That should be trusted, reliable, and valid. Valid means that means they have been into this profession and don't pay much for this fake and F2 consultants. You might ask, sir, what is F2? There is a Telugu movie. It's Fun and Frustration. But the F2 batch, what do I call them, is fake and fraud. They do a lot of things and they sell things like this is good, that is good. But always don't go with F2 batch and go with payments with prepaid mode only. Pay 2,000, 3,000, 5,000 less than that. See if he's working for you, that's good, and pay some postpaid amount. But what happens here is a lot of them are expecting postpaid, prepaid mode. They'll take 50,000 or 1 lakh and they'll ask you to pay more money, which is fake and a fraud thing, which might cause hurt for you and your family also. Don't do with that. And talk to your friends. But this is the most important thing. But what happens is if your friend is getting job or if someone is getting settled well in your career, we start unfriending them. We start disliking them, and we normally with human nature, what we develop, especially girls, what they develop, more of a jealous nature, saying that this girl got job without my notice, and this girl have taken coaching from Kiran sir or some other institute. This girl did not tell me. Okay, not girls or even with boys as well. Honestly saying, these are all the 10 common methods which you can do jobs, and these are all proven methods. You can call it as a blueprint of job search. How should you do? Blueprint of job search. Even it can be 20 methods. In future, I might add 10 more methods and I can write a full book of 100 pages or 150 pages also. And I have a plan of writing a book called You Can Get Job. Maybe we want to launch it by our 6th standards. Next year, next June, I am planning to launch it. And I want to add a lot of success stories, a lot of painful stories of our students. How did they succeed? At least I want to add minimum of 20 plus stories so that success stories will inspire you, right? And now moving to the core topic. Maybe next 10 minutes we'll wind up this session, guys. Don't worry. I thought it is an engaging session. Yeah, here comes the jobs interview preparation. No one will tell you how to prepare an interview. Here we are caring and we want to show the same affection towards our juniors. You are supposed to thoroughly review your job profile and job description very clearly. Do check the company website for company details, because a lot of the company experts, they want to ask you, what do you know about our company? Especially core pharma companies, if you go and attend, what will they ask you, ma? What do you know about our company? What are all our recent drugs? And can you tell us whether those drugs are when they have been launched in the market? Definitely they're going to ask. Suppose Sirisha or Pallavi, whoever are attending, it's their basic need that they have to check the company's website details and go. Anytime we are asking you to stress on communication skills part. The fourth thing is, first impression is best impression. You are supposed to create through your tell me about yourself. At RISE trainings, we are supposed to ask you to do it in a structured way. If your tell me about yourself is really good, as Hema Sharma madam has told you, it is going to be half the battle won. The more you sweat in the battlefield, the less you bleed in war zone. What does that mean? A famous personality development and speaker, Robin Sharma, Canada speaker, have written this quote. 5 AM Club book author. What does he say? The more you sweat in wars training place, the less you sweat in war zone. That means the more the preparation you have prepared for your interviews, you'll be able to prepare well and clear your interview. Even for tell me about yourself also, if it is really good, you'll get jobs in less than 2 weeks and 3 weeks. I'll tell you a classic example of one of our students. She was, her name is Preethi, NE. She was working as a clinical pharmacist at Columbia Hospital, Bangalore. You know the duration, right? 2.5 years. It's almost nearly 800 plus days. She worked as a clinical pharmacist. After joining RISE trainings, you trust me, she got job in less than 3 weeks. 3 weeks is around 20 days, right? Where is 800 days? Where is the 20 days? She came to us. She took training for 2 weeks. In third week, I have always habit of including soft skills in domain knowledge. That came from day one of RISE trainings launch because I know the importance of the soft skills during job search. Within 3 weeks, that girl got job. She have applied it through her known references in Veneska, Mysore. Earlier it was Back Clinica, 1.5 years back. Trust me, we had a structured tell me about yourself. She have read through that. She have got job in less than 3 weeks. You'll not have 2 hours or 20 minutes to impress your recruiter. How many minutes you'll have, ma? Less than 2 minutes, Preetam? 3 minutes? When you receive a call from HR or recruiter, how much time you'll have, ma? Can you tell me? 2 minutes to 5 minutes is the highest time. You have to impress your recruiter. And you are supposed to write about your project also. What you're supposed to write? Project also. If you write project, then only it will help you. So you have done it as a team wise. You'll not know how to explain it. You should write the project. This is the materials used. This is the guide. This is the journal I published. Everything you have to mention here. Then during this process, what they will check out? They will check out your good learning skills of your project. Domain knowledge is required and how stable are you? This is also more important. If you are not stable, how will they hire you? And working in shifts readiness is there or not? Then ready for relocation, you should be able to relocate in time. That means if you are based out of Nellore, obviously you want Chennai based jobs, but if you are getting job in Bangalore, Pune, Bombay also, you should be able to relocate. And what about the packages? Simply say that as per company norms. What you should be able to say? As per company norms. Don't say that I want 4 lakhs or 5 lakhs, which is not a realistic approach. But the one slide which was prepared by Preethi Sudha madam was much appreciated because she have done a lot of market research and she have got the realistic package which are present in the industry. And it depends upon cost of living and city wise also. This thing I should not tell you. I know you always dress well and you are always professionals. And be confident enough. Don't have much fear in your eyes, or if you are having fear in your heart, it will come to your brain. After coming to your brain, you'll show in your eyes. Don't show that and show off like a very fearful, fearless tiger, not fearful one. Always show you as a fearless personality and always be confident enough. Always try to maintain eye contact with your speakers or your interviewers. As you know, most of the interviews are happening online through. Be thorough with resume contents, always, always, always. Because what happens is if you don't get updated with your resume, what happens here? You will not be able to answer all of these things. You should be able to answer each and everything what is present in this resumes. Why are you shifting from your current job? If you are in academics, if you are teaching, if you are in clinical research, if you are in pharmacist, you are supposed to say why you are moving. You have to be honest. You have to maintain integrity. You have to be true to yourself. Don't blame or bluff yourself and copy paste some other resume and say that I know this, that I know SAS and everything. You can show off your resume. Don't you think you'll be caught at interviews? Definitely, interview the persons will evaluate by seeing your resume. They'll ask you this: why should we hire you? This one I'll tell you the answer. You should always say that why should someone be hired by you? You should be hired by someone. You are qualified pharmacist, you are trained person, you are certified and you are licensed and you are a trained person also. You can say at RISE trainings, we sell courses like this. I have 15 years of experience. We give courses, we give resume preparation, we give LinkedIn profile, we give references. We say 5 to 10 reasons to join course with our best teachers. In the same way, you also should be able to sell yourselves through all your skills by saying that I'm good at this, I'm good at this, I'm the right person whom you are looking at. Like that, we can say. And good Wi-Fi should be there. Don't use this 4G mobile or 5G mobile. You'll end up disappointing. After 1 or 2 months, if your data is done, what will happen? You'll think that the data is gone and I'm also gone. Never ever think like that. Always remember that it's going to be your Wi-Fi. Okay. Laptop. Why we are selling simple things also? Because our students who have attended interviews, sometimes they did not had proper backup with their laptops. Suddenly laptop power gone, and one girl was not able to clear her TCS interview. Very sad, right? And being flexible and being adaptable. And you are supposed to apply job through right reference. Reference plays key role. Without reference, who is going to take you? And take training and start applying for jobs and take mentorship guidance. Okay, never stop trying, guys. And I think I have given some ideas to your mind. We are engaging you through pictorial things. And what next? Thank you for reading and listening to this session. How to use it, how to implement it. There might be still doubts. These methods are really working. If possible, take printout of this ebook by this lunchtime or evening. I'm going to launch this ebook in WhatsApp group. For the first time, we are releasing this ebook on social media itself. And these methods are working for how many jobs? If this method will have worked for 240 plus jobs and placements, definitely it should work for you also. And what's the conclusion here? What Kiran sir is trying to say here? I think most of them are proactive students and smart students who have completed their courses, who are about to complete courses in 2024 or 25 also have joined this conference. Still, they are trying to be smart enough and they are trying to take courses along with their courses. Be it PharmD final year or PharmD fifth year or sixth year, they're still trying to do this. Who are all active students here? After course completion, 21, 22, 23, at least bothered about career. Maybe they would have joined academics, joined as a local pharmacist based upon their family needs or financial needs. Inactive students means they don't bother or they don't bother about, they won't bother or care about their career. Okay. There are minor corrections. I'll rectify and send you more. Strive today and succeed tomorrow is a RISE training slogan. And this thing you have already connected. I could see only one guy have sent a morning invite. Again, we are sharing my ID here so that you can connect me. How was the session, guys? Was it useful? If you fail to plan, what is going to happen with your careers, friends? You are going to plan what? Pratik, what's going to happen with your careers? You are going to plan. If you fail to plan, you plan to fail, right? Any doubts or any questions? I can still take till 4 more minutes. We'll break by 1:15. We'll rejoin by 2:15. Is that okay, organizers? Preethi, Sudha madam, Reshma madam. Shall we have 1 hour break or 45 minutes break? Madhulata, Munishravani, Vinay. I'll take any questions. Yaneshwari, Ayesha. Ayesha, was that ebook is useful? Is that good, ma? Hello?
Yeah, Kiran. Yes.
Yeah,
We are going
I'll
to
stop
have,
sharing my screen.
yeah, we are going to have a break, lunch break now. So
Is it 45 minutes or 1 hour? You tell them, is it at 2
yes,
p.m. or
it is
2:15
45
p.m.?
minutes now. Actually, it is 1 hour, but it's already 50 minutes delayed, right? So it is going to be 45 minutes, a quick lunch session. And after that, please rejoin again. And in the afternoon, we are going to have two very great sessions like automation in the pharmacovigilance, and also another one is medical writing. Both are very booming professions. So you are going to learn a lot. Okay. So see
Yeah,
you
yeah, yeah.
within 40 minutes.
Post-lunch sessions are really good. And we are going to tell conference offer also. We are going to launch diploma here. And that is going to be very cost-effective session. And we want to give exclusive offer for whoever have joined this webinar
Yes.
conference.
Guys,
Exclusive offer. Okay, Preethi. Go ahead.
so someone is asking, Sinisha is asking something, Kiran.
Yeah, please.
If you do course, the certificate will any certain validity or period of time.
What is it?
She's asking if you do course, the certificate will have any certain validity for a period of time or
No. It's a lifetime validity. We are not keeping 1 year or 2 years validity, Sirisha. Don't give us such thoughts. If we want to create validity, we can create, but it's not. It's lifetime knowledge, right? We can't say like SIM validity. If you recharge for this 3 months, it is only for 3 months. It's not like that. It's a lifetime valid certificate. Only thing is the knowledge which you are acquiring should be able to take you to next level, Sirisha. And we are not creating any validity, but our support system will be there for 1 year. Earlier it was 2 years, 3 years, students are not getting jobs. For support system, we are saying that if suppose the Sirisha or Ayesha are joining courses in October, and if they are completing their courses in 2025, from 25 to 25 May to 26th May, Reshma, please admit Pratik is trying to join.
Yes.
We'll give you, tell me.
Kiran, we have you another session in the afternoon also, right? So I guess it would be great for the lunch break time.
Yeah. We can break for lunch.
So guys, you can have
Any
Kiran
doubts?
class
Any
time in
doubts?
the
Evening
afternoon
also.
After these two PV session and the medical writing session, Kiran sir is available. So you can ask these questions, right? So yes, now it's time to take lunch.
Post lunch, come with a lot of questions. Thank you so much, guys. Happy lunch, happy Sunday.
Thank you. Please
Thank you,
rejoin
team.
by time. So
2
it
p.m.
starts at 2 p.m. Okay. Yes. Rejoin by time. So next session starts by 2 p.m. Lunch break session has ended, so as early as possible, please join. Correct. So let's start this session, first session of in the first session in the afternoon. So this is artificial intelligence in the pharmacovigilance, and the speaker is Kranthi Kiran Kumar. So he is a pharmacovigilance expert. So Kranthi, so we welcome you for our conference. So thank you for joining here. So, and Kranthi is a pharmacovigilance expert, and he has 16 plus years of experience purely into pharmacovigilance. So he worked as a sponsor and also as a vendor in the pharmacovigilance industry, and he is currently working as a director and head for the pharmacovigilance a very well-known pharmacovigilance company. Okay, that's about Kranthi Kiran. He is also one of my good friends. So Kranthi, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Preethi, for that introduction and welcoming it. I'll quickly share my slides with you. Preethi, are you going to share or you want me to share the slides?
Yeah, we can share, Kranthi.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Right. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you people are not sleepy after having your lunch. Well, quickly, as you, Preethi has introduced me, what we are going to see today is about impact of artificial intelligence and also automation in pharmacovigilance. Well, you've been occupied since morning learning about different areas and different skills. Now we're going to see whether artificial intelligence or automation of this department called pharmacovigilance would change the entire perspective, or how it changes, whether I know many would have a lot of questions on this, but we'll slowly, probably with this session, we might answer your questions. If not any, we have a question and answer at the end, so we can wait till the end of the session. Well, quickly, this is the agenda for today, what we're going to see about the introduction of AI and automation. What role does AI and automation plays? Why an automation is needed now? What would be the challenges? And what is the future and impact, and also the benefits of automation? Well, quickly into the introduction. We all know that pharmacovigilance is a practice that primarily tries to stop the frequent circulation of medications with harmful side effects. Well, pharmacovigilance department would be the department where it ensures that the drug remains in the market. Well, if there is a benefit risk ratio where the risk is high and the benefits are less, then yes, certainly the medication would not be in the market, or the drug would not be in the market, right? So pharmacovigilance department is a crucial department where it analyzes each and every data which is being received. Well, adding to this, the automation would be a new thing for it, but already it has been started, automation of pharmacovigilance, and we've been writing many procedures on robotic process automation, about artificial intelligence in pharmacovigilance. And there are certain processes being developed, testing has been going on. So this sector has been increasingly influenced. You can say not only the machinery industry, but this sector of pharmacovigilance has also been influenced by artificial intelligence. And there have been much scope which has been introduced into the automation of pharmacovigilance. Well, we'll see why and how later on. So recent years have been increasingly, these pharmaceutical companies are mostly focusing on pharmacovigilance related activities, because they have identified that pharmacovigilance department is a must, mandatory from all the regulatory authorities, and also it is needed to have an oversight of the drug and its actions in the market. Well, when we talk about actions, we would be looking into huge data sets, huge analysis. You can call them as big data or mega data or whatever you call the name given. So all these data needs to be analyzed. Well, earlier this data was manually analyzed. However, coming the artificial intelligence and automation, this data is being analyzed into big analytics, or what we call as automation of these data sets. Well, what we're going to look as most primarily how automation would impact this pharmacovigilance industry, whether to benefits or whether to risks. So we would look into both the aspects of automation in pharmacovigilance. Right. So we've seen the introduction, because there's a huge data which is being arised from this, from the market, from the world, where these drugs have been marketed, not only marketed, but also in clinical trials, we use these pharmacovigilance as for analyzing the side effects, or which we call the term serious adverse events or adverse events in this, the terminology which is used in pharmacovigilance. Well, coming to the role of automation or AI and ML, machine learning, where can it be included or how it can be included? That's what we can see is automation in pharmacovigilance can help to improve the efficiency and accuracy of the drug safety monitoring. As we have seen, there should be an oversight of the drug, how it is being performed in the market, if there are any side effects being caused, how they're being tracked. If there are some side effects, take it as SUSAR or more risks as which we have identified, then whether the drug can be managed whether that SUSARs can be managed or those adverse events can be managed or not. So automation will help to ease the tracking and also the managing of large amount of data. Well, automation can track and report adverse events too. So it is being done. Now we all know that we use a safety database in pharmacovigilance. We have n number of safety databases and they are still emerging. And these safety databases are being automated, right? When you just enter the source document or upload the source document, it reflects into your structure fields when that's the word which is being used for safety databases, right? So this automation will help to minimize the time, cost effectiveness, all these things. And consider literatures. We have huge number of literatures being arised in the literature databases. Take it from Evidas, take it from the Embase, take it from Ovid, or take it from what you call Springer Reaction or Reaction Weekly, which we call. So all these literatures being uploaded and for the particular molecule, and these literatures need to be analyzed or need to be screened, reviewed of any adverse events which are being identified. So definitely manually screening of these literatures would take time. And even it might turn up to riskier things about how can we manage these data beyond the time frame. So when we talk about pharmacovigilance, it is all about patient safety. And patient safety should happen in a limited time. There is no time we can take n number of hours or n number of years to analyze this data. No, we have very constrained, stringent timelines given by the regulatory authorities. So we need to adhere to them. To need to adhere to them, we need to implement automation and also AI in analyzing these data, and so that we can be monitored, we can be reviewed, and we can have this data within the limited time which is being given, right? And coming to the artificial intelligence and machine learning, both are essential, and as we see, they are potentially revolutionizing this pharmacovigilance field. And as we've seen that huge data being captured or huge data being mentioned, gathered, we need to have how this data being structured. Well, with automation, you can just streamline the data, but with artificial intelligence and machine learning, you need to structure the data. That is very important to structure the data, because it just haphazardly all around, and you need to streamline it along with structuring the data which is being given. Take it as a SAE form, the serious adverse event form, or adverse event monitoring form, or a pregnancy form. Wherever you use these forms, you don't get the source documents in a structured way. When I say structured way, we just mentioned about the SAE form, which is structured. You have given this has to be entered here. The patient name has to be entered here. The drug details have to be entered here. However, if it is handwritten, you get discharge summaries, you get medical records which are handwritten. How are you going to automize those things or capture those information? Well, we need to have artificial intelligence to capture these data, or to mention it, or to structure this data. Well, so this is the role of automation and AI in a simplified manner to be implemented into the pharmacovigilance department. Well, as we've seen that definitely the roles of AI and automation is important, but why? Why there is a need? Because we've been following the same traditional methods from the past. We are manually reviewing them. We are manually doing them. Why do we need automation or artificial intelligence in pharmacovigilance? Well, as we already discussed about the data being gathered, right? The ever-growing volume of data generated by the clinical trials, by the post-marketing studies, definitely has a challenge. Imagine when you are reviewing a source document or a literature of just 100 pages. How much time would you take to review this 100 pages literature? It might take a day, it might take 2 days. Probably it will take definitely a week or more than a week. So this is definitely challenging, as we have talked about the stringent timelines from the regulatory authorities, and we need to identify specific information from these literatures or source document. If not, we might be missing the safety signals, the potential safety signals, which we call. So we need to identify, we need to evaluate where the manual eyes can miss them, but automation and artificial intelligence can help us to identify when you give a certain command, it identifies it. Take an example in your mobile itself. You have automated keyboard. Well, you can just swipe and you can have those words over there, the letters over there, which letter you want. It's making your life easy, and also it's not a time-taking process. Similarly, in pharmacovigilance, we do have big data. So we need to analyze those things, identify those potential safety signals, not missing anything. So we need to have automation and AI in place to gather this information. However, not all of the data gathered from multiple sources are equal. We just mentioned about the data being handwritten. If it is not legible, how can you read that? Right? Well, in artificial intelligence, whether this legibility is a main criteria, where if this information is not legible, it will give you a list of keywords, whether this is the word, this is the word, where you can identify them and evaluate them. So it helps in processing your big data and maintaining the study profile or the safety of the drug profile. Right? So we've seen, because of arising data, we need automation and artificial intelligence. But what are the challenges? When we talk about automation, yes, there are challenges. Just take for an example, you have an electric bike. You have bought an electric bike, and we've seen few of the instances that it caught fire. Some of them have blasted. So yes, every...
What's up? Hey, another week.
In class, like, yeah.
Do you have any questions?
Reshma, can you mute everyone? Yeah, thank you, Reshma. Sorry, Kranthi.
No worries. Yeah, thank you. Well, sir, everything has its own challenges, right? So as we just taken the example of an electric bike, which has challenges. Well, yes, these two will have challenges. Well, let's see what are the challenges. Well, the potential challenges are the data quality and availability. Well, if the quality and quantity of data can be looked into it, but it can affect the performance of AI and ML models, right? How? If there is incomplete data. We just spoke about legitimate, illegible data. We just spoke about it. So in this illegible data, it gives you a keywords. What if you select a keyword which is not appropriate? Yes, and then you are missing out the potential safety signal over there. You're missing out the potential information, right? So in pharmacovigilance, accuracy, consistency is very important. If there is incomplete or inconsistent information, then your results will change. The outcome will differ. So that is one challenge. And the second challenge is explainability. Well, for AI and ML models can be difficult to interpret and explain. It might take n number of trials, n number of testing to achieve accuracy, and not 100% accuracy. It will be 80% accuracy, 70% accuracy, 60% accuracy, but not 100% accuracy, right? This might raise to significant consequences, right? And so this is a second challenge. And the third challenge is legal and ethical consideration. Well, the health authorities are now looking into automation and artificial intelligence, whether they can give certain instructions or certain principles to be followed for this. But we do not have yet, right? And this raises a question too. So AI and ML models in pharmacovigilance may raise legal and ethical concerns, how this data is being performed. Well, just for an example, your PowerPoint presentation, which we are using right now, should be validated. When I say it is validated, it has to have a stamp, a date marked into it, so that it can be audited, right? So similarly, when you use AI and ML models, they have to be validated. If they are not validated, then there is an ethical concerns. It can be inadvertent bias and liability concerns. So that is also a challenge. And coming to the integration with the existing systems. Now you already have a safety database, and now you're configuring your safety database with some AI and ML models. It cannot be compatible. Then how can you have the data, accurate data? How can you evaluate the data? And how can the processes be streamlined? So then yes, this is also one of the challenge, integration of the AI or ML models with existing processes or systems. And coming to the next challenge is validation and regulatory approval. We just seen the regulatory bodies are not yet ready for this automation and artificial intelligence, right? They are also still following manual processes. If you see any inspection happens from the regulatory authority, they directly manually come and they ask you for data to be provided manually, physically, right? So definitely this arises a problem because the regulatory authorities have not given any principles, any regulations, laws for these AI and ML models. Maybe upcoming future, they might raise up, they might come up, but not now. So this is also a challenge for AI and automation. Well, we'll see the potential challenges, but we are trying to overcome these challenges. However, yes, it takes time to overcome all the challenges. Slowly, this can be overcome, but it will take some time. And coming to these, points which we have mentioned over here, it also has a challenge of data privacy and security. Now, automation with artificial intelligence, your data is available everywhere. But patient safety, coming to HIPAA and GDPR, these regulations monitor the privacy of the patient information, or which we call as PHI, right? Patient health information, right? So this might arise a question with the HIPAA and also with the GDPR, right? And security issues, breaching of the information. Imagine now you get so many calls from credit cards, from banks, from insurance companies, because your phone number has been shared with them. There is no data privacy in India, right? So how come if patient information is being available, it arises a lot of challenges. And what about lack of interoperability between AI solutions? You're not being able to operate them. As we have seen, difference of safety systems, the configurations, the integrations. This might be challenging. And also adapting to the change in usage of AI and automation. How many of you are well versed with a term called SQL? Right? No, we are life science graduates. We are life science postgraduates. How can we talk about this SQL languages? Right? Still, we need to get adapted to it. So that's also a challenge. And need for continuous training. So once AI model is being implemented, it has to be rigorously looked into it, the patches to be implemented. Just take an example on your mobile. On your mobile, every time you get a software update, you update your software in your mobile. A patch has been released, you need to update it. Similarly, in AI and automation models also, you need to have a continuous training and also continuous patch. Software updates would be there. And there will be releases like first version, second version, third version. There will be releases, many releases in AI and automation models. And also data exchange would be challenging, right? And at this point of fear of replacing humans, I think most of you people have it. What if automation and artificial intelligence takes our place? Well, we'll see how it can take your place, or whether it will take completely, or is it replacing you completely or not? We'll look into it. And cost issues, right? Automation and artificial intelligence may in future might be cost effective, but not now. Because you need to have a continuous, rigorous, rapid progress or inventions, implementations, which definitely take your budget out of wayward. And also ethical issues, which we have discussed about. Right? So these all challenges are there for automation and artificial intelligence. Right? And these challenges might raise a question in your mind that these challenges will be an opportunity for human intervention. Definitely there will be human intervention. Right? Just a point for thoughts. Well, coming to the future and impact of AI and AL, automation and ML, will be looking into it. Okay. Yes, the future is bright for pharmacovigilance. The future is bright for automation. The future is bright for artificial intelligence. Well, automation is a future forward step for all the medical companies and healthcare services. As we see, optimizing your digital processes or digitally operating your manual processes, your workflows, your strategic innovations. And yes, earlier we used to have manual operated cars. Right now we have automated operated cars, which is making your life easy. You need to only need to have a brake and a accelerator. That's it. If you know about cars. And what about electric bikes which you have? There is no gear system. You need to just raise it. You accelerate it and it goes into it. Similarly, as in future, these AI, this automation, the strategic innovations will help you to manage your data faster, to manage, to oversee your information faster. So as we can see, the AI-enabled case processing, cognitive learning, literature review can assist companies in achieving early warning signal alerts, integrating services, and creating centralized information from greater visibility and access. And with the click of a button, you can access the data as you're often doing now. Right? So as companies try to adapt to this AI, the exponential growth in extensive data entails real-time data mining. Well, the data mining is done for potential safety signals, for signal management, which we do it. Right? So to address the challenges, life science companies and healthcare providers must digitally transform with the future workforce. And these are the 4 areas, key factors where they need the transformation. One is the process being standardized. You need to have a standard operating procedures to standardize your processes, your procedures. You cannot follow one process here and one process there. You need to standardize your processes in case processing or in literature reviewing or identifying the signals. And not only that, efficient operations. So how can you manage these data? How can you digitalize your data operations? And also streamlining the analytics, the big data being analyzed. How are you going to break down, streamline those breakdown of information? And also accurate signal investigations. So these 4 factors are crucial to transform the manual processes into digital processes. Right. So what is the impact? Now this comes, mostly maybe this might answer your questions of whether AI is going to replace me, whether this automation is going to replace each one of you. Right. We'll look into it. So it has been estimated that up to 70% of PV activities can be automated. We can make the most gains in case processing, though. So if it is 70% of activities, what about the 30% activities? Who is going to do those 30% activities? Well, there will be human intervention. You need to operate it. Right? We do have remotely run cars. The car can run by itself without manually driving it. But someone has to travel in it. Without the person going to travel, cars are of no use. Well, without a human intervention, automation will be worthless, right? So although these developments sounds very promising and deliver accurate results, the accuracy is not always 100%. We have seen it. Here we require human intervention, where you and me will be coming into place. We are not 100% replaced. So the accuracy of detecting adverse events from various sources is high, but can still be improved. Moreover, the translation of foreign language sources is helpful, but far from perfect. So still human intervention is required. Some aspects can almost be fully automated, whereas for others, automation should be considered a tool to assist the manual tasks, but not a complete automation. Moreover, it impacts some part of the activities, but not the whole part. So we need to remember that always human intervention is needed, is required. So that is the impact of AI and AI. Well, what are the benefits of automation and artificial intelligence in pharmacovigilance? There are huge benefits, right? So from the current industry trends, artificial intelligence and machine learning entails these cognitive technologies, which we have seen. The use of new age technology in PV is modeled around improving practices, improving processes, improving the already existing procedures, right? And they use the risk-benefit profile assessment. I'll just give an example. Well, while you data mine a signal, consider signal management, you need to use a ratio called PRR ratio, right? We use a qualitative analysis over there. Still, you can automate that thing, but not up to 100%. We need to have some intervention of humans. So these things can be optimized. These things can be digitalized, right? So using the current industry trends. And what about the RPA, which I'm talking about, the robotic process automation. So the automation will help in compiling your huge data, processing it, breaking down, and giving you results, but not 100%. But we have seen the challenges, and also we've seen the impact too, how it will. So these are the current trends which are being on in pharmacovigilance, the artificial intelligence, machine learning, and also the robotic process automation. A bot will be there, a bot would gather the information, and it would be processing in place of you. But the review has to be done. The accuracy had to be checked by us. Well, if you look into the benefits of automation, so the first benefit, if you see, is improved employee productivity. How can this be a benefit? Right? So 70% of your process are being automated. How can it improve an employee productivity?
Yeah, Reshma, please unmute him.
Right. Thank you. So 30% of human intervention, 70% of your work is done automated. So you do have 70% time remained for yourself. So you can utilize for other activities. This can help an employee to multitask. This can help an employee to increase his productivity. So that is one benefit of automation. And the second benefit is case intake in pharmacovigilance. Well, no need to manually look into it for duplication, for validation, whether this case has 4 valid criteria or not. It is directly being done. You need to just have a review once. That's it. No need to have a double repetition of duplicate check, repetition of criteria into it. So this is also time saving. This is also benefit for you. And the third benefit is improvements in drugs risk benefit profile. So the safety profile of the drug is being managed, is being improved. When you get more information, when you get more data, accurate data being analyzed.
Line ఏం లేదు దెబ్బ దెబ్బ అయిపోతుంది తిని రావచ్చు డాడీ నడిపోతుంది అందరూ
Reshma, please mute participant, please.
Thank you. And faster hypothesis testing cycle. So as we've seen, we can test around the data a number of times within using the automation and artificial intelligence. So it will maybe within a day, you can do 100 testings of the data, or maybe you can, not maybe, we are doing it right now for aggregate reports, especially for PSUR and PEBRAS. It will take usually a time frame of 30 days to analyze the data and author an aggregate report. But using automation, using artificial intelligence, you can author the data, the report within 1 day. You have 29 days left with you. You saved your time. That is how it can be done. So n number of test cycles can be done. And the fifth one is cost saving, right? So how can it be cost saving? It can be cost saving when you do more productivity. Instead of 1 report, you're generating 30 reports in 30 days. Yes, you're gaining your revenue is being increased, right? And then you're also saving on manual processes a lot. No need of paper usage, no need of physical work, no need of manual work. This also will help you in cost effectiveness, right? So these are the just benefits of automation. And these are the benefits which talks about operational benefits and strategic benefits. When you're considering corporate, through corporate, you can have these things, right? So what are the operational benefits? The significant cost saving via enhanced productivity with expected efficiency gain of 50%. Highly customizable, you can customize it and improve quality through your standardized inputs, and 100% regulatory compliance with the faster turnaround time. So you need to submit your fatal cases within 7 days. We can submit it in 1 day. Turnaround time is being an automated case intake and case processing. So these are the operational benefits. And what about the strategic benefits? Standardization and automation of PV processes, proactive PV and risk minimizations, open and transparent data sharing with regulators, prescribers, and patients with build public trust and confidence. So these are the things. Right, so these are the benefits which you can see. So we have seen now entirely how automation and artificial intelligence is required, and they have challenges, but they can impact, and it's the future. and it's also beneficial for every one of us. Right. So do you have any questions? I'm open to questions. Any doubts?
Yes, students, if you have any questions regarding this artificial intelligence, you can ask.
Maybe you don't look into industry perspective, but I do look into industry perspective. You can ask those questions so that I can give you answers from the industry perspective.
Yes. You are all studying that you might not you might don't understand few things, but if you still want to understand anything into pharmacovigilance, so
Yeah,
Kranthi
Preethi.
will help you because he is an expert in pharmacovigilance.
Yeah, Preethi, you can ask.
Hi, good afternoon, maybe. Yeah, so AI is a very top of the town. Everybody is quite aware of that. As per the global data, am I audible?
Yes, Preethi, you're audible. Please.
As per the global data, what is the total, I mean, what is the percentage at the current scenario, standing in the current scenario, that the AI has been taken over? Say, for example, if we drill down our case processing in 10 steps, out of the 10 step, how much the automation has been done in which step and what? So is there any such data wherein we can refer and read or something like that?
Okay, thank you, Preethi, for your question. Well, yes, if you drill down your case processing into 10 steps, 4 steps can be automated. Okay, so the first step which can be automated is your case intake.
Preethi, please stay on mute, Preethi.
Yeah, sir.
Yeah, Preethi, right.
Yeah.
So as I told you, the first 4 steps or in between 4 steps can be automated, but not the complete. Well, one is the case intake, where you can receive the cases into your database. You can directly configure this AI with the help of AI configuring the database. And this the tool will directly send the receipt of cases into your safety database. So this is one step which is being automated. And then the processing of it. So there are 4 steps which I've told you. This is the first step. And the rest of the 3 steps are where you can have the information being put on into the structured fields without manual entry. So the manual entry can be automated, right? And then another point is where you can have the event assessment, right? So event coding is also one of the area, and event assessment. If you have already have the reference safety information, which also can be for this particular event, for this particular drug, this is listed or this is unlisted. So these are the 4 steps which you can automate, but not the entire case processing. So you can say about 40% of your case processing can be automated.
Okay. What is your thoughts on acknowledgement part?
What about acknowledging?
Acknowledgement part of automation of acknowledgement. Is it because I read a few days back something wherein it was still that automation only in that acknowledgement, sending acknowledgement and getting that positive acknowledgement.
Okay, when you talk about
anything.
acknowledgement, there are n number of acknowledgements, right? So you also acknowledge to the clinical trial sites. You also acknowledge that you have received this data. So you also acknowledge that, yes, this information is being submitted to regulatory authority. So these things can be automated. Now, what we are talking about, what kind of acknowledgement? I just need the precise acknowledgement which you're talking about.
So if I code a case and if I continue the case, then in part of where in the case of submission area, If you consider the safety databases, we have the submission portal, submission area, wherein you submit the cases to partners, you submit the cases to health authority. Sometimes you submit the cases to city trials or some kind of. So all sorts of thing is submitted to the relevant stakeholders. So that can be automated, right?
Yes, it is already automated, Pritham. So there are certain databases where they already have the EDC system, which we call as gateways. Okay, gateway to the particular health authority. It is being already automated. So when you submit a case in the safety database, it automatically generates a regulatory report in which format this health authority has to be submitted. Come on, take it as MedWatch to be FDA, take it as Yellow Card to TGA. So these have been already configured in your database, and this is automatically being submitted to them using these gateways, right? And talking when submitting to different stakeholders like investigators or ethics committee or your partners, right? That can also be automated when you have a path given to it, right? As I just told you in SQL, you can write down an SQL and yes, it can be done. If you look into it, if you have an email, right? The safety database, you can configure this email ID particularly to this site or to this ethics committee or to this licensee partner. It will send your email of that information, of that report directly to that stakeholder. So it is being already automated.
Okay.
Right.
So this actually the case processing being the first step, and case processing has lot of small tidbits into it. It really needs an automation, and I do feel that automation will not take away our work, but it will ease out some repetitive tasks which we normally do.
True, Pritham.
That would really help us to rethink on our day-to-day work life, and it will help us to grow and invent more. So that is my perspective of
innovations, more innovations.
Yeah, that is my perspective of AI.
Yes, and case processing is not the first step. Let me tell you, you have another.
Case processing. There are multiple ways
medical
of
information.
Case processing, but what we tell as case processing is not case processing. Starts when we know that report has been occurred, not reported, not coming to us, still not it has been told to anybody. From that area, the case processing. First, we have to take a medical information. Then there are a lot of things. I do work in PV and I do work in agreements. So based on that, I'm telling. Case processing starts in a very initial stages. What we see as a case processing, maybe something before that, there are around 20 to 30%, another 40% is 40% ahead of that. After that, we see that is case processing, which I feel.
Right. Yes. True.
So, Kranthi, we have another question from Navya.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I hope I answered your question, Pritham.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, Navya. What is the scope of pharmacovigilance for PharmD students in India? Okay, so let me answer your first question, Navya. The scope of pharmacovigilance for PharmD students is vast in India, and they can be considered as an asset. To give you a small information, how they can be considered assessed. If you look into Bachelor of Pharmacy and if you look into PharmD, there is huge difference in it. Okay, so if a B.Pharm graduate has joined along with you, and you as PharmD joined along with you, the scope will be the same. However, you can grow up the ladder very fast. When I talk about grow up the ladder, with your knowledge, with your intellectual perspective, how you look into the pharmacology, how you look into the physiology, it will help to grow up to the ladder. Scope remains the same, but it helps you to ascend faster than the B.Pharm graduate. Okay. So it's vast. It's not only about case processing. You have aggregate reports, you have signal management, you have risk management, you have previous systems into it, you have audits, you have inspections. There are huge data scope or departments for PharmDs to join. Okay. And what type of works were assessed to us? I just gave you a list of work being assessed, right? How well are you with your pharmacology? How well are you with your pathophysiology? How can you better understand the profile of a molecule, right? So this can be assessed, given to you for working. Did I answer your questions?
Yes. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Is there any other question, guys?
Thank you, Kranthi. Thanks for accepting our request in a short span of time.
Thank you so much for having me here.
Yeah, we have inspired us also, both experienced and freshers. And thanks for Preethi also coordinating with you, Kranthi. And yeah, me and Kranthi were colleagues and friends past 15 years. And Preethi also works together. And good that we have joined together a good platform for helping our upcoming pharmacovigilance professionals, Kranthi. We'll stay in touch, Kranthi.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Preethi. Thank you all. Thank you all for your patience.
Yes.
Thank you, Preethi.
Yes,
Yeah.
Kranthi. So, guys, so let's move into our next session. So, next session is regarding medical review. So, it is also we discussed in the morning. So, different type. What is sorry, not medical review. It's medical writing. Okay, what is medical writing? What are different types of medical writing? We have studied, we have discussed in the morning, right? So here our speaker, Sarab Sidhu, is here with us. So she is an expert in this medical writing field. So she can help with us with extra learning into the medical writing field. So Sarab, so I am here. I'm welcoming you very wholeheartedly to our conference. Thank you for joining with us to share your experience with our students. So, guys, so Sarab Sidhu has 13 years of experience in different domains of clinical research, site management, monitoring and auditing, and medical writing, clinical trial transparency. And she also has shared her knowledge while taking sessions at different educational institutes in whenever in her free time. Okay, and she has published a book with title Clinical Research and Medical Writing Career Guide. So we can this book is available in Amazon. And she's currently working as a clinical trials and transparency manager at GSK. And previously, she was associated with KNAPSE and WHO. So this is her introduction. And Sarah, yes, over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Preethi, for introducing. Just let me share my screen. I'm using different device. So just let me know once you are able to see the slides, So just do confirm.
Yes, we are able to see your screen and yes.
Yeah. So is it on presentation mode? Yeah. So okay. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Kiran and
Voice is breaking, Sarab. Sarab, your voice is breaking a lot.
Okay, let me check. So
Can you please have your headset
Can
or
you
earphone?
hear me well now?
It is
No, it
still
is
slightly
the
breaking.
same.
Slightly breaking.
Uh,
Can you please have
headset
your
will
earphones or
be
headset?
difficult. Just give me a minute.
Yes, yes, sure, sure.
Give me a minute. So, Preethi, can you confirm if you are able to hear me well now?
Yes, yes, it is so much better.
It's better, Sarab. Thank you for joining us.
Actually, my apologies, right? Because yesterday was my birthday, so we came to different place. So sorry about that, right? So we will be discussing the very good topic, which is a medical writing, right? I will introduce you about all the opportunities that you can have as a career, right? It is a very good career, and in this career you can grow a lot. So let's begin. So if you wanted to make a career like the sir was teaching you about pharmacovigilance, you first need to understand what clinical trial is. So when I talk about clinical trial, you should know what exactly they are, how they are done, and what is the benefit of these experiments, because this will take you to a medical writing. So clinical trials, they are scientific experiments, just the way you are doing in your lab. So most of you are B Pharmacy graduate or Pharma D students, right? So you are already will be doing scientific experiment. What makes clinical trial different from that? Why there is so much of hype? Why you need to be skilled, like this rice training, they are organizing this webinar for you. Why industry need a skilled people? There is a reason. First reason is that these experiments are performed on human subjects.
Okay, which place are you from then?
So any small mistake can cost a life, right? Or second thing is, these are performed under controlled conditions. So when these are performed under
Which
controlled
language are you
conditions,
comfortable? English or Telugu? English, yeah. Tell
I
me
think
then.
someone is.
Reshma, can you mute other
Yeah.
students?
May I request everyone to
Ganesh,
be
what's
on
your
mute?
qualification?
Reshma, are you there?
Okay.
Which year, ma?
So these are performed under controlled condition. Under
Okay,
controlled
we are from right
condition
training
means
actually, Ganesh.
that you
Are you looking for any
have
courses for any training support, ma?
take care of everything. Preethi,
You want job, boss,
Yeah,
but are you
yeah.
trained?
Just give me a
What we
second. Just give me a
we do
second. I'm
training
able
and
to
we
call
provide
you.
coaching.
Hello.
Direct job are not available. First we want to train you and then only we will be able to send you for a job. How much cost of training? Pharmacovigilance training, we charge around 15,000 rupees. 15,000 rupees. Exactly. After that we are able to refer.
yeah.
Yes, Sarab, sorry for that one. So you can continue. Just. Yes, Sarab, you can continue.
Okay, Preethi, I think let's start. So these are performed under controlled condition. So, and additionally, you need to have a data. So I am saying that you need to have a data to say that this product is working. All right. I think we have to continue like this. So, so we need to have a any market product is working. We need to can say that this product is working. So in cliff, that is your pharmacovigilance. Go to a doctor. You always ask two questions. So let me take you to next slide. New treatment in a market. The answer you have is a clinical research. Sometimes people feel that people are not treated well in a clinical trials. They are treated, like a guinea pigs. It is not like that. So instead, patients are treated with very high care in a clinical trial because they are observed closely. And clinical trial, third is, which is very important for your medical writing, these are governed by. So like in our country, DCGI is the regulatory body, right? Like in US, FDA is the regulatory body. So there is a government who is looking onto the clinical trials. So now, what is the role of clinical research? It benefit patients, right? With the help of clinical research, we are able to bring new treatment to a market. So we can ensure that evidence-based practice is followed. So tomorrow you wanted to treat a new disease, you wanted to bring some diagnostics in the market, you need to know the clinical research. Now coming to our topic, which is medical writing. So I have introduced you to clinical research, like it is the research that is done on humans. Why it is done? Because we have to find a new treatment or a vaccine or anything, right? And it is a huge field which is regulated by government. Suppose tomorrow you wanted to sell any treatment, you have to take a permission from a government. If you wanted to sell any new medicine in US, from FDA. If you wanted to sell the same product in India, then you have to take a permission from a DCGI. If you wanted to sell across the globe, then you have to take a permission from all the applicable regulatory body. So now there are a number of functions in a clinical trial. One is your clinical operation, which actually doing your trial, which happen at sites, right? That is clinical operation. Second is, as I told you, that government bodies are looking it. If you wanted to sell that product in the market, you have to take a permission from a government, right? Which means lot of documentation. So who prepared these documents? Medical writer will prepare these documents. All the documents that you need in a clinical trial, they are prepared by medical writer, and that field is known as a medical writing. Third is regulatory affair, that if you wanted to submit your file to DCGI, FDA, that is your regulatory affair. Now, clinical trial, as I told you in the beginning, that's the reason I shared a definition with you guys, is that is performed under controlled condition. We need a lot of data, right? I have said you these things. So here is a clinical operation which is happening at a hospital site. You are collecting a lot of data, like you are taking vitals of patient, maybe doing some blood work, maybe doing some other test, you are giving them some medicine, and what is happening after that medicine, that you are taking all the readings. Like in the lab, you take the readings. Similarly, in a clinical trials, when trial happen, lot of data get generated, and how that data is managed is data management, right? So lot of programming is also used. So that is data management. Now I introduced you with two things, safety and efficacy. Is this drug safe? First question. Is this treatment working? Second question. Now, when the drug is in the market, you are taking from your chemist shop, how pharma company will ensure that this product is safe? That ensuring safety is your pharmacovigilance. That is your fifth function, right? So these are high level functions, but I will be focusing more on medical writing. The high level, definition of medical writing is all the documents, those you need to carry out the clinical trial, are written by medical writer and known as a medical writing.
Now, what is medical writing? So medical writing is about, basically, in a simple word, we have to share information with healthcare community, where you are doctors, nurses, other staff who is doing the research, regulatory body, like I said, DCGI, and common public, sometimes patient, who are participating in a trial and who wanted to know what is happening there, right? So you have to draft a document either for a medical community or a regulatory body and a common public. We will also learn how you have to shift your mind when you are drafting for these different audiences. Now, I always speak about these 4 principles that medical writing, when you draft, your draft document should be clear, like it should be simple and understandable. It should be concise, should be small. It's not like your literature writing where you are writing a lot. It should be credible. There should be a data. Credible means from where this information is coming. Can I trust this? And complete. Say, if I wanted to share with you one example, that drug X is effective by 90%. Just very simple. Or you can say that drug X is effective by 90% to treat any infection or whatsoever you need. So this is small sentence. What it is, very simple English I am using. So medical writing doesn't mean that you have to be super strong in your English. No, that's a myth. Very basic, with very basic English, you can also work in a medical writing. So I am saying drug X is effective by 90%. See, this is credible. So I am giving some data. I am not making by my mind, right? And this sentence is very small also. And that's a one example of how you are writing documents in a medical writing. Another thing is why I said that you don't need to be very high level English, right? The reason is, in a medical writing, you will always be working with a template. So if a template I wanted to tell you, you go to any college, university, right? You fill a form. You always fill a form, right? Like first you have to add a name, then maybe date of birth, maybe other details, right? So every information is uniform. Similarly, when you will be writing any medical writing document, you will be having predefined template. So you know, first introduction will go, then objectives will go, and third number what will be go. Not only that, you will be having a ready-made sentences like this. Now I have written, see, this sentence will be there. Maybe you have to change the data. Maybe you have to change the indication. The important is that you have to use your scientific knowledge. Now this you have to analyze, like, is this 90% is really correct? What is written in a source document, right? Shall I need to ask some question? That is where your role is, right? Now, for whom you will be writing, there will be number of audience, right, for whom you have to write. So that will make the difference as well. First is, you will be writing to regulatory bodies, like your protocol. I will give you examples also. Protocol, clinical study report, informed consent form. These you will be writing to for DCGI, FDA, right? For these regulators, you will be writing. So which means, if you are not writing your study report correctly, they will reject. That's the important. That's why pharma companies are asking for skilled people. They can't afford mistakes. You know, drug discovery is a expensive process. So when you are writing for a regulatory body, you have to keep in mind that you have to focus more on a data. You know, you have to present facts, right? Similarly, now you are maybe you are writing something for your internal stakeholder, your team, right? Maybe investigator, which means you may have to focus on a coordination, and you have to focus on, maybe you have to ask them a question, that why we have written like this. I'm not able to find a source document, but that same thing you can't write here. You have to ensure that this information is correct. But here your way of correspondence will change. Here you can add your opinion also. Like, according to me, I don't think so that we should be adding this as a primary the market. You have to teach them drug, how to use them, what are the conditions. Then you have to shift your focus like that. And finally, common public, which means normal people. They don't care about science. They don't know your medical science, right? Then what happened? In fact, European Union, which is also known as Udra-City, or you can say EU CITES, this year, they launched a guideline that you have to prepare summaries in layperson language. Layperson language means a 7th grade or 8th grade student can understand. So in that case, you can't write placebo. You have to break it down, right? You have to draft a document in a way that a 7th grade student or 8th grade student can understand. So like a placebo, you will write a copycat drug, right? Or something like that. And you can't write 90% for them. When I'm writing for a regulatory, you can write 90%, no harm. But when you're writing for this common public, no, you have to say that 90 out of 100. You have to simplify. You can't say 9.5. You have to simplify it. So that's the difference. So that's the training you need these days. This is quite in demand, and in the industry people are not getting writers because they can write scientific stuff, but they don't know how to break it down to simpler language. Why so? Lack of knowledge. Because mindset is always that we have to write a complex document. No. So to whom you are writing, that makes lot of difference, right? Now, demand of medical writing, because if I am choosing some career, I need to know that is there really demand. Then only I shall be making a move, correct? So if you look around, you should not be 100% trusting us. If you look around, we still have unmet medical needs, right? We still have so many health challenges that those are not addressed. You will agree, like oncology is one of our challenge, HIV is still there. These are few examples, but still many more. So which means you need to do more trials. We need more research, more documents, which means more medical right? That is one aspect. You have seen during COVID also, like how suddenly clinical research was booming, right? Another aspect is regulators. Initially, we were not having so many guidelines. Now, the government has a lot of pressure to handle that pressure because they have to ensure a safety of their population. To handle their pressure, they are bringing new regulation. Like in our country, 2019 new drug rules came, right? This year, E6 guideline got revision, correct? And EU CITES come. European Union launched new regulation. Health Canada is amending their guidelines. So regulation is coming. More regulation, more documentation. Because if you ask me, 2 years back, we were not drafting layperson summaries. We were not drafting. Suddenly, now there is a demand. And companies hiring layperson summary writers, and they are not getting because people are not trained, right? Like I have given you example here. More documentation means more scope for medical writing. And this work is also quite interesting. Interesting in the sense, Preethi ma'am has introduced me that I have written a book. How I have written a book? All while learning, while working. When I was working, I learned and I used that knowledge to write a book, right? So because in day-to-day job, I was reading a lot. So this is one of the report, like your medical writing industry is expected to grow by 99% between 22 to 27. You can also do this research by your own. Go to Google, do research, right? So some of the examples, if I wanted to tell you what type of document you have to write, if I wanted to go to a medical writing, I need to see that, am I right fit, right? I have to question myself. So all the document that you are writing during drug development, like your protocol is, suppose you have to do a experiment, correct? You need to write instructions for that experiment. Just imagine when you are doing some experiment in your lab, you follow some instructions, manuals. So protocol is almost similar to that. And once you're done with the trial, you have spent 2 years doing your clinical research, then you have to report the results. That is your clinical study report. Suppose as a medical writer, I have not written a good clinical trial report. What is, see, just imagine the consequences. Whole team has spent 2 years to perform the trial, and here medical writer has not done the justice, and because of this regulatory is asking questions. So that is the importance of medical writing. Maybe your investigator brochure, informed consent form, all are written by medical writer. And all pharma companies, they also publish their articles, you can say scientific papers in a leading journals, right? That's like they have to share their research with the scientific community. So that's where you can work as a publication writer also, scientific writer also. And once the product is in the market, you have to place it in the market also. So then again, you need lot of documents where you can teach people. You have to create ads also. So there also you can work. Internet content, there is so much of scope, right? Every company is posting their content on internet. Not on company, just look at ICMR, WHO website. They have written so many questions in so much of content in the form of question answer. Can I take this medication? Who can take this medication? Have you imagined who is writing those content? Medical writers. Once also I got a job at ICMR just as a medical writer. Although I have not pursued that because of different reasons, but I got a job just because of my medical writing. And I tell you, we were 23 people giving that interview. 23 people. All were PhD except me. And I got selected, no others not. Why? Because I was having writing experience, right? Medical education material, you have to teach your doctors also, right? About, and pharma company have to promote their product, all these. So that this is also known as a, you can say that medical communication. There is one company in Bangalore, Indigene, they are quite focusing on this medical communication. Few more examples. Now these days you have to prepare protocol and result summary also, because your clinical study report can be of 2000 pages, 1000 pages, or 500 pages, but you have to prepare summary of 5 to 10 pages so that a common public can understand where these summaries are going. Clinicaltrial.gov, you can search this website. Absolutely, you should be searching this website, clinicaltrial.gov. You can learn a lot. Like CTRI. So who is writing summaries for for these websites? Or Udacity, medical writers, patient education material. So tomorrow you have to take a maybe renal cancer patient. So you have to educate them who can take participation, what are the benefits, what are their rights, right? Physician speeches when they're going and speaking on conferences, right? Those poster presentations, sales training material for pharma company, policy document like your ICMR or government bodies, you can say, or WHO, they have a lot of policies, right? Who write these policy documents? Expert reports, the medical writers, they write these. Now, if I wanted to talk about skills, that what skill you really need to know, need to have. right? As a student, you can work on this. One skill you already having it. I'm not talking about that you have a knowledge of science plus medicine. For medical writing, you have these both, right? Because you are either B pharmacy student or D pharmacy student. Then first is you need to have a attention to detail. Attention to detail, what does it mean? Say, I gave you example by 90%. I said that drug X is effective 90%. Now this attention to detail means that you have to find that from where this 90% is coming. Is it correct? Is there data for 90%? That is attention to detail, right? And of course, you should be having an ability to write clearly, not hi-fi English, not complicated English, simple language, the way you are talking, right? And you should know how to work across the teams. And mostly these teams are remote. One may be sitting in the US, another is in Japan. You should not be saying that I am a hero in the team. That way it doesn't work. You have to work in a team. Just because as a student, sometimes we become very competitive, that no, this is done by me, right? I have like this percentage of marks. No, not that way. You have to work in a team. When you work in a team, that means you have to learn this skill of good communication, that if some of your teammate has done some work and you are finding that, oh, something is not right, or maybe this information is not correct, so you have to ask a question, or you have to add a comment. How beautifully you can do that, that is good communication. Good communication doesn't mean that hi-fi English. Good communication is that maybe you saw that there is an error, then you have to ask that politely, right? That is good communication. That is your ability to work across the teams, right? And you need to know how you can work your part. So say one protocol is written by the coordination of 10 or 15 people. It's not single person job, not at all. So how you have to complete your part independently, that's you should be knowing, right? And of course, you should be having knowledge of medicine, that you are already having. This work is always deadline oriented, because we are answerable to regulatory bodies. There is a clock ticking, right? We have to launch a drug by certain time, correct? So there is a deadline. So it's not like that, okay, today I'm not in mood, tomorrow I will look into this work. No, that doesn't work in this way. There are deadlines all the time. And you should be having potential to thorough with so many documents. So every day when I'm working on some document, I am always having 5 to 6 documents open in front of me. Maybe one SOP, maybe other policy documents, maybe some regulation, few source document, all the time open with me, because we need to do a thorough research before we write anything. Now, what different jobs, if jobs are important, that's why you are here, right? Passion is one thing. Okay, knowledge is one thing, but if you are not able to earn money from that knowledge, what is the use of that? For our social life, our family life, we need money, right? So you can either, this is straightforward, that you can be a medical writer. I can be medical writing associate, or I can be medical writing one, or I can be simply associate. But I wanted to take your attention on this third point, QC specialist. What is this? It is quality control. Quality control specialist, and this is entry level job in most of the companies, because for writing you need sometimes advanced level skills. So what companies do, that when a new fresher came, they ask them to do a QC. Basically you have to match your writing document with a source from where that information is coming. You have to match. If that is not matching, you have to add a review comment. That will be your job. Sometimes they hire you as a medical writer only, but they will give you QC work for. So that is also job. Sometimes what happens, students are asked, are you okay to do a QC work? They say, no, I wanted to do writing first only. But I wanted to give you heads up here. Then don't do this. Even if get the entry, it's difficult to get an entry in a clinical research than getting a progress in your career, right? First job, grab opportunity, even internship, training, whatever you are getting, take it. Some experience, you can be a senior medical writer or you can be a peer review, and this is a very good position to have. People in India after 10 to 15 year experience, they even try to remain a senior medical writer, but their packages are very, very high. Then you can be a team lead, of course, and project manager, right? If you progress in your career. And sometimes people don't want to be a project manager because they like writing, because there you are getting knowledge. So similar position can be, you can be a principal medical writer, but that is the equivalent to your project manager. So this is a small career I have shown you, but now these days, see, medical writer, instead there will be a position like lay person, summary writer. That is also a position. Now, like the job I am doing in a clinical trial transparency, they are saying CTT analyst, but that is also a writing job. So these are new niche, those are coming in, but they need again skilled people. So who can be a medical writer? Anyone who have a knowledge of medical science and a flair to write. Little flair to write, they can be a good medical writer. Maybe like me, I have done M.Sc microbiology. All the people of pharmacy background, pharmacy, after B Pharma also you can come in a medical writing, right? Nursing students also, MBBS student also. One of my colleagues, she has done MBBS and she is in a medical writing, right? And even BDS people and other related fields. After PhD also, one of my team members, she was first teacher in some university, and then later she thought of making a move, and then she became a medical writer. So all the people basically who has a background of life science and you can say little flair to write, they can be a good medical writer. Where you can get a job, right? That's important. I wanted to bring your focus to number 2. A little apology. This is not clinical. It's contract. Read it as contract. Contract research organization like PPD, ICON, IQVIA, Lambda, many more. So try to get first job here, because from here to here, it's easy. Pharma companies, they are mostly hiring who already having the experience of a CROs. That's one point. Second is you will get a learning here more in a CRO because they are working for 10 pharmas. There you can, then there you will be able to work on multiple pharma companies projects. So once you, then of course, pharma company, you can get a job. Medical device manufacturers, there you can get a job. Biotech firms, these firms are coming at very high speed. Biotech firms, you can, get a job. Biosimilars are quite in news these days. Medical communication companies, like I have given the example of Indigene, TCS is in basically service providers. You can see any service provider, there you can get a job. Medical education companies, and even you can work as a freelancer. But this will come after some time. Maybe say that after 5 years of experience, you will get good pay if you wanted to work as a freelancer. But here you will be able to do after some experience. So, but salary, this data I have taken from a Glassdoor only, that you can expect like 20. There are small CROs, something they are also paying 20,000, but good pharma, good CROs, they are paying like 25,000, 30,000. And After that, you can grow like anything. Once you are having 1 year of experience, then you can, and you gain some skills, you can switch your jobs, right? See, after job, lot also depend on your skills, how much potential you are having, right? So how far you can go. So as per my experience, medical writing is a wonderful career. It's long term career. It's not like today you have started and for 2 years you have done a job, then that's it. After that you have to do something else. No, it's a lifelong career. I always try to give few resources to my audience that after the session, what next if they wanted to learn a little more. And I will strongly recommend go to American Medical Writing Association or European Medical Writing Association page. They are always blogs, there are always articles they keep on posting, that what are the skills needed, how you can be a good medical writer. You will get a lot of resources. These are, of course, these are paid memberships. You need not to take a paid membership because they are very expensive. No need. You access their free material. Whatever the free material on their website that is available, use that. And in fact, this European Medical Association, they are doing even wonderful job. I'll say they do sometimes free webinar, like you are attending this webinar. They sometimes organize free webinars. You can attend that, and they are also coming up with one book also. So keep an eye out there and try to read more about that, so that you feel confident that, okay, shall I be pursuing medical writing or not? This is International Society of Medical Publication Professional. Go and visit their website. Drug Information Association, visit their site also. Not only this, visit ct.gov. You will get a lot of information, not only for medical writing, for whole clinical trial. Maybe you are working in PV, maybe you are working in clinical operation, maybe data management, any field you are working, this website is gold. Even once you are in a field, then also this will be helpful. All right. So if I wanted to conclude, so medical writing is a blend of art and science. Why I'm saying art? That you need a flair to write, right? You should be having some skill to write. So how you can practice that also, like from now only, every day you can write one page. And if not that, you can publish small article in your local, and you should be having an understanding of medical terminology, which you already having. You should be knowing the regulatory guidelines. That's where, if you are having some certification, some training, that will help you, right? And all the life sciences and pharmacy students, they can make it a very good career, right? I think something happened. After this, we can take up questions. Any questions?
Ma'am. Hello.
Go ahead, ma.
Hello.
Go ahead, Sudarshan.
You can also post your question in chat box.
Any botany, M.Sc botany student can apply medical writing?
Yes, even I know, when I was working at my first internship job, there was one manager. She was M.Sc in botany, and she was working as a medical writing manager. Because lot also depend on how you face interview, right? And because if you say that someone is asking you question that you don't have a knowledge, oh, you are a botany student, I think you don't have a understanding of medical, right? Tell them immediately, till +2 I have studied life sciences, right? I am having all the knowledge. You have to convince them also in a way, right? But you can.
Okay.
Because BTech students, they are becoming medical writer, then why not you?
Okay, ma'am.
Other family students also, please ask questions. And Sarab madam is a really right person to answer you on medical writing, guys. Please go ahead and ask all your doubts on medical writing.
No,
Sarab, go ahead.
Yeah, it's not mandatory to have a publication to get into a medical writing. But if you have, then you can use that as an advantage that I have already writing experience. I have not published any paper till now, not at all. So no publication is required. But if you wanted to do,
it's good if you have
it's
it,
good.
because because nowadays it's competitive, right, Sarab?
Yes.
Just to showcase in resume, it's good to have publications, huh?
But not mandatory, right?
Yeah.
Yes, guys. Any other questions?
Snehal, Romita, Hariharan, Sudarshan, Navya Jyoti, Sirisha, any questions, ma?
Sir, I'm Roshni. I'm attend my brother Sudarshan mobile.
No, okay, not an issue. Pratik Chaudhary, Preetam, any doubts?
No doubts. Thank you.
Thank you for your wonderful presentation and sparing time over on a holiday also, Sarab. That makes us understand that how you are planning your both professional and personal career. And thanks a lot for sharing your valuable lessons and learnings with our first kind of its career growth conference at Rice Trainings, Sarab and Preethi Sudha, madam. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarab. It's a very great session.
My pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye. Take care. Bye.
Yes, thank you. We can connect later. Yes. Guys, so this is the end of we reached to the last session of our conference. So over to you, Kiran sir. This is our time. So it's over to you.
Yeah. Thank you, participants. The first thing which I'm going to request you is, please write and share your feedback on chat or in group, the first task, because that will help and motivate us to conduct these kind of conferences. Can we do it in next 3-4 minutes? Maybe after the session also. ఒకవేళ మీరు ఫీడ్బ్యాక్ రాస్తే మాకు చాలా ఎంకరేజింగ్ ఉంటుందండి. It's not about promoting it, but that is a motivational factor for us. First thing. Second thing is, I'll share you this ebook by tonight. There are minor errors in that, minor spellings and spacings. So definitely we will share that ebook to you. And coming to courses and coaching offers, we are planning to launch it as a pack of courses. Normally we are against a pack of courses, but nowadays the students are asking a pack of courses: Pharmacovigilance, clinical research, and medical writing. Normally these 3 courses would be costing you anywhere 45,000 or 50,000 rupees, but we are going to offer 3 courses for just 20,000 rupees. Whoever are attending for this conference, we want to give you value back. You might be in family 5th year, you might be family 6th year, even B.Pharm final year. But you might ask, sir, what is the benefit of taking 3 courses from Rice Trainings? You will be learning basics of pharmacovigilance first, and at the same time, career planning guide will be provided for you, and at the same time, career support will be provided you for till next 1 year. So please wisely plan your careers. Always take charge of your careers. And 4th task, what you are supposed to do is share your name qualification and email it in the group again, so that our designer is taking care of your certificates design. Maximum by today night or tomorrow night, you will receive ebook, healthcare IT careers planning ebook, and your e-certificate. And I request experienced people to share their experience over social media, like Hema, Sharma, Preethi, Sudha. Share these screenshots and snippets on the LinkedIn, so that you are influencing and inspiring our junior generations to attend these kind of conferences, guys.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, we have 10 more minutes now. You can ask me any doubts related to courses, career, and we'll wind up by 3:50. 6 more minutes I can wait for you here. And taking course, making you certified and trained will make you be more confident enough, more courageous enough, and more competitive enough. Okay. That's just yeah, tell me.
सर क्लिनिकल रिसर्च मध्ये क्या हम पीवी और मेडिकल कोडिंग और मेडिकल राइटिंग डाटा मैनेजमेंट
for you medical coding or medical writing is best one. Medical coding or medical writing is suitable and best for you, Roshni. For M.Sc people, nowadays they are not hiring in pharmacovigilance, and sometimes in CDM. Market is bit narrowed for you. Nowadays they are hiring very much of more of B Pharm, M Pharm. వినయ్ మీరు ఫార్మకోవిజిలెన్స్ చేరొచ్చు, కళ్ళు మూసుకొని చేరొచ్చు. మీరు డిలే చేస్తా ఉన్నారు. నాకు తెలిసి వీఆర్ ఇన్ టచ్ పాస్ట్ 6 months. యూ కెన్ బ్లైండ్లీ జాయినింగ్ ఫార్మకోవిజిలెన్స్ అండ్ మెడికల్ కోడింగ్ చేరొచ్చు వినయ్ మీరు. డోంట్ డిలే యువర్ ఓన్ సక్సెస్. యూ హ్యావ్ టు టేక్ చార్జ్ ఆఫ్ యువర్ కెరీర్ హియర్. If you are not taking charge of this, it doesn't help for your career. We are investing a lot of in our personal money here. You believe it or not, recently iPhone 15 also came. We will go and will buy it for 1.5 lakh. But we are still struggling and we are thinking to buy a course for 15,000 rupees. But what is taking your money from your pocket? Is rice training 15,000 or iPhone 1,15,000 is taking money from your pocket? You have to invest in your career, saying that investment in knowledge pays you back the best interest. Okay. 99 rupees is for creating awareness session, creating path. This is there, this is there, this is there. Out of this, we can have further one more counseling session with you, saying that what is suitable for you. Now Roshni is asking. For Roshni, I have to give a different answer based on her qualification. For Sirisha, I have to give a different answer. For Pratik, for even for Vinay. Each and every qualification have a customized course with us. And you can talk to Preethi Sudha madam also and take her guidance and her counseling help also. If you are madam are a bit confused about okaying the course, then I will step in and I will tell my vast experience to you. Any doubts? Ayesha, Sirisha, we are expecting you to write your valuable feedback. That helps us a lot. Romita, Srilekha, Vinay. Go ahead, Preethi, you also can talk about our courses and services.
Yes, guys, before you leaving, please fill up the feedback so that we can understand you better. So what type of courses you are expecting on further conferences, what kind of topics you are interested in. So even though you get into jobs, your juniors will come and join the conferences, right? So we can understand a better mind of a student. Okay, what kind of courses are very useful for them. So please fill up with the feedbacks and send it to us.
Please guys, fill the feedback form and I'll send you the ebook as a gift for you. Consider it as your brother's gift on occasion of Pharmacist's Day. Okay. And it's really working. That looks very general and very simple and not that attractive, maybe. But it is very knowledgeable and very informative guide. No one will guide you because at everyone's home, there will not be elder brother or elder sister like Preethi Sudha madam at home. There should be someone in your life and career who is going to help you a lot. Okay, do this, do that. and take care of your career, or take care of, or take charge of your career. Okay. Thank you, Snehal. Thank you for your valuable feedback. Others also, please pour your feedback. That is the only takeaway for our to home, which will motivate us to keep one more session. Maybe we are planning maybe after January next year. But for 3 months, we want to take a bit break, and we want to learn, and we also want to improve ourselves. And definitely this feedback helps us. Since morning, we are giving our family time and valuable time. At the same time, the same thing is reciprocating from your side. I think you have spent a valuable and knowledge Sunday, right, friends? Yes or no?
Yes.
Shrikant, Sirisha, because not wasting time with friends, or going to shopping mall, or spending and doing a lot of shopping at shopping malls, right?
Wasting of time, Kiran. That is not wasting of time. So that is also the way of spending time. They have all right.
What else, Ma? What else? I think it's time up. And I would like to